Hello and welcome to round 11 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Dania, do my eyes deceive me or did someone get a haircut on the rest day?
Someone, I don't know who it was. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people got a haircut. I was indeed among them. The rest day was very good. I slept until noon and I'm not even ashamed to say that. I feel refreshed and I am certainly ready for more chess. But Fiona, before we get to that, we have an unfortunate bit of news to announce.
Yeah, unfortunately, and we'll pull up the official statement. Unfortunately, Daniil Dubov will not be able to finish this tournament after testing positive for coronavirus in a PCR test yesterday. His results from previous rounds will stand, though, as he played more than 7 games. And while the remaining 3 games, those will be forfeited. So today, Rapport, tomorrow, Pragnananda, and during the last round, Magnus Carlsen, they will get the full point for those games that will not be played. And of course, a huge pity for the tournament for chess fans, and we wish Daniil a very swift recovery. And Dania, let's quickly see what happened here 2 days ago, which was a very eventful round.
It was unbelievably eventful. It was a round that lasted over 7 hours total. We were exhausted. The players were exhausted. But this is what we're here to watch. We had a quick draw between Sergey and Magnus in Berlin. Shankland and Shakhriyar also drew relatively quickly. But man, the 4 decisive games, Fiona, those were a sight to behold, especially Prague's marathon victory over his compatriot Vidit with the black pieces, and Fabi's shocking defeat at the hands of Richard Rapport. That was another excellent game. And of course, Niels pulling it out against Daniel Dubov in another marathon struggle. And the last decisive game, Andrei Esipenko outplaying Jorden van Foreest in really, really nice style.
Absolutely, and what that meant for the standings at the top, it didn't change too much. Magnus Carlsen still half a point clear of Anish Giri, but those are going to change a lot now, because remember, Magnus, he's going to get a full point without playing against Dubov in the last round. Richard will get a full point today. So Anish, there's even more pressure on him. Let's see who he's up against today.
Indeed, let's check out the pairings. We have Duda Shankland. We have Van Foreest against Giri. That is a matchup to watch. They are, of course, very good friends and rivals. And what aren't they? As we have Niels versus Esipenko. Well, report Dubov, that game is, of course, not going to take place. That's a full point for Richard. And I'm looking forward to this one, Fiona. Ramesh against Caruana, or Prague against Caruana.
And then,
Carlsen,
of course,
against Vidit.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one with Magnus looking to bounce here. We see one result is already, unfortunately, in the standings. Richard will not be coming to the playing hall, so that game will not even be started. But elsewhere, Magnus, with that 3 point he now knows he will get in the last round, a win today with the white pieces against Vidit would be absolutely huge for him.
It would be, and of course, Vidit suffering a very painful loss 2 days ago against Prague. A position, very promising position out of the opening. And, I know he was already tasting the top of the tournament standings. He's going to have to recuperate, put it behind him, because he has a very difficult task ahead of him.
For sure. And well, Anish Giri, he is another man that we will watch very closely in the all-Dutch clash against Jorden van Foreest. Some more exciting games elsewhere. But Dania, tell us, we are going to have some fun here with this round, but it's not just us. People watching us at home can also get involved in the action. How do they do it?
Indeed, it's not just us. And please don't forget to vote on the results of today's games. Go to chess.com/events. Navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't procrastinate, don't miss out. And remember to vote on all the games at chess.com/events, Fiona.
Indeed, do it now. Get involved, try and get a piece of the pie. But we are going to back into the playing hall with the camera as we see that table there. Once again, wishing a very swift recovery for Daniil. Of course, a huge pity for everyone, but he is the main concern. So that game, as we said, will not take place. But elsewhere, we see that some players have already arrived for their clash. If you're wondering, by the way, ratings will not be impacted, so the opponents get the full point, but not any rating. We see Sam Shankland there arriving for his game against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And is that Niels surprisingly arriving even before Esipenko? Both of them are usually early to the game.
Very punctual indeed. Yeah, Niels and I think, are united in that quality. I remember I was traveling with him to a tournament in Corsica, and we were trying to catch the same flight from Paris, and we were both late, and we were both freaking out about it. So I can confirm Niels is someone who likes to be punctual, and so is Esipenko.
We see that Niels is
we made the flight.
Both of them have right. Niels is having a word with Leonard Oates, of course. Niels is now under, for those of you wondering, he's being checked every day by the tournament doctor. Of course, not a great situation for him. He was sat across Daniil Dubov for almost 7 hours a couple of days ago, but we'll see. Hopefully everyone can conclude the tournament that it hasn't spread further. Pragnananda arriving for what is a big game against Fabiano. Prague, he will be feeling the high after beating Vidit, while for Fabiano, it really hasn't been his tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unpleasant game. He has black against Prague, who's now confident, and, Fabiano has to stop the tailspin here. And I just wanted to add that it is an unfortunate situation, but at the same time, such are the times, we know that something like this could occur. And, I have to commend everybody for handling it very professionally, the players, the organizers who make the best out of a difficult situation. So, I'm grateful that the other games are going on. And we wish all of the other players health throughout the tournament.
For sure. We're now into the final weekend. Only 3 games to be played here to decide who is going to be the champion of this year's Tata Steel. We see Sam looking around at arriving Jan Krzysztof Duda. It is 1 minute to the start of the round, maybe even less. We're seconds away. Vidit just arriving for his clash against Magnus, who, as always, fashionably...
Magnus is not at the board at 7:59? I can't believe it. Oh, I guess. What is it? What time? 1:59 in Holland. Is
yeah,
it 1:59 or is it
2:59? The clock has just struck 2. I think we can see the players are just starting, and Vidit... I think it's always like a... I think, he's going to start the clock. And I think there's absolutely, I think overall, while I appreciate the gesture of waiting for your opponent, I think starting the clock is also absolutely normal. We see Shach, he's not waiting for Sergei Aida, and I really think the onus is on the player to be in time, not on the opponent to wait for them.
My rule is always, if I see them in the playing hall, I won't start the clock. If I see them walking toward the board, I'll wait. Otherwise, as you said, there's no expectation that just because it's Magnus, anyone is expected to wait. And Magnus wouldn't like anybody to wait, but you can set your watch by it. He will be here 40 seconds into the round. And someone's arriving there. Who is that? I see someone in the background.
In the background, I don't see. He will be coming from the left side where the player's entrance is. The man we see just walking towards us there at the bottom, he's done a great job this tournament. Not only is he one of our 2 arbiters, he's also the tournament doctor. So he's been working some long hours. A big shout out to him. And Magnus, not there yet. We see Vidit getting up from the board, having a little stroll while he waits for Magnus to arrive.
This is the best part of the game. Waiting for your opponent to arrive. You haven't made any mistakes yet. You know that for a fact because you haven't made any moves. You can watch the other games. He could get used to this.
Actually, Magnus is not the only player who hasn't arrived yet. We see that Shachyav is also walking around after making the move 1e4, waiting for Sergei Karjakin.
Well, maybe they're still analyzing their game from 2 days ago. It was such a complex affair. I think the rest day wasn't enough to delve into all of its nuances. They're still feverishly analyzing their hotel room.
Yeah, Magnus and Sergei. But Magnus making it surprisingly first. We are still waiting for Sergei Karjakin. I know who has just arrived. So the 2 of them, they did conclude their analysis.
I was serious.
Yeah.
They came at the same time. This is too suspicious. They were definitely analyzing. And I'm very curious to see what happens in Magnus Vidit. With Magnus, it's always a complete toss. I mean, he can play basically any first move, e4, d4, c4, and it won't be a surprise. He is literally impossible to prepare against. And of course, Vidit is an opening beast. He's incredibly knowledgeable. So very excited to see what they're going to come up with. And we can take a quick look at our bird's eye view before perhaps returning to the Magnus game to see what opening the world champion plays. Well, we see a Nimzo Indian and Van Foreest Giri. Van Foreest playing a3. That's a very combative line. That's a game to keep an eye on. A Slav and Magnus Caruana and a London system to this game. And there we go.
Yeah,
Magnus
I like how we saw the London system and the bird's eye view was swiftly removed. Nope. What do you think, Dania? You have 1 second. Oh, too late.
I was going to say e4. I was totally going to say e4. And for Vidit, I think Vidit has played Sicilian. He's played e5. He's played the Karjakin. I mean, he also has played a great diversity of openings. And
E5.
looks like he's played E5. Maybe a Berlin?
Oh, wow. Bishop C4. The bishop's
Ooh.
opening. That
All right.
is a very rare guess. This is actually, for once, Danya, they're playing my repertoire. Nothing,
Okay.
nothing too
I can respect that.
theoretical. Some quick development and attacking.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the bishop's opening. I've played this as well over the board, so this is fun. Now, don't count your eggs when they've hatched, as they say, because this still might transpose into an Italian Fiona, but we're both cautiously optimistic.
But I was also thinking, because Vidit also plays the Petrov, right? So the bishop's opening, sometimes that is a choice you can go for if you want to avoid the Petrov.
Yeah, and Magnus going d3. This is not the Italian, by the way, to those wondering. Bishop c4 straight away without knight f3 is its own opening. And the reason it often does not transpose into the Italian is that White often delays the move knight f3, Fiona, and you know this better than I do. White can orient himself toward an early f4 in a lot of lines.
My favorite move in the world, whenever I can get a pawn to f4. This is literally my pet. I've played nowhere near as many games as you, but no, bishop c4, it's a tricky little move. Black has a few different ways in which they can respond, of course. But I'm curious what Vidit is going to do. I think there is no way. Like, there's a lot of openings he could have expected today, but this won't be one of them.
No, and he's contemplating, there are many reputable ways to meet the bishop's opening. There is the move c6 here, preparing a quick d5. I think the traditional moves are bishop c5 and knight c6, of course, just developing pieces.
Yeah.
But the bishop's opening, it has a bite. It's not just something you play to avoid theory. It is a reputable line. And if Black just kind of stumbles around aimlessly, some of those positions where White gets an early f4 and are genuinely dangerous for Black. So Vidit probably remembering his analysis, and this has definitely caught him off guard. No question about it.
And well, Magnus, let's just talk about it one more time. With Dubov being out of the tournament, I was just talking with Vic. We were trying to figure this out before going live. But I think if Magnus wins today and Anish doesn't, don't take our word for it, but I think we're right about this. If Magnus wins and Anish doesn't, Magnus is at least guaranteed to be in the playoff for first. And well, with the white pieces, I think regardless of the Dubov situation, Magnus with the white pieces would have gone for the win. But here he's really saying, today I'm not so interested. I don't want to see any opening debates. Let me just play something that will surprise you from the get-go, and I'm not going to allow you to surprise me somewhere with the opening prep.
That's what makes Magnus so amazing. He's done so much to revolutionize the game. And one of those items, I think this is not something that's often talked about, Fiona. It's his ability to shapeshift in the opening. I mean, he can literally play anything. He seems to understand every opening equally. Something that we take for granted, but wait a minute, that has never been the case throughout chess history. Even Kasparov, even the top players before Magnus's generation, it wasn't like this. They might have had a expansive opening repertoire, but it was still a repertoire. It was 2-3 openings, not 18 different openings. And Magnus has pioneered this ability to constantly surprise his opponents and somehow be incredibly well prepared in whatever obscure line he chooses. So I think this is a great choice. And again, if Magnus wins this game, he basically wins the tournament. So he senses that this is as good of a chance as any. He's got White against Vidit, and he is going to be very uncompromising in his approach.
And Danya, I don't know if you can relate or confirm, but I look at Vidit, and you gotta feel almost sorry for him, because yesterday was a rest day. He will have invested so many hours, looking at all the possible things that Magnus could play. And I mean, as I said earlier, the chances that any of those hours would have gone to the bishop's opening is unlikely.
Yeah, it's a very frustrating sensation, particularly if he had cooked up an interesting variation against what he had expected. So he's got to recalibrate, and now he's got to remember his analysis. And he knows that Magnus has probably spent 3 hours yesterday reviewing his lines, which is an even more frustrating and disquieting sensation. So Vidit, I think, correctly slowing it down, making sure that he's going down the right path. And he has played knight c6, to which we're probably going to see knight c3.
Yeah, so Magnus, if I'm not wrong, right, he could go knight f3. Oh no, he goes knight f3. I'm so disappointed, Dania.
Oh,
No.
he transposed this into the Italian. Oh my, that's so lame. Why did he initiate that whole thing? I mean, was he afraid of the Petrov, maybe? Maybe he was afraid of the Petrov.
Yeah,
maybe that's the reason.
Yeah.
That's what he was. I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to avoid. He was never actually planning to play the bishop's opening.
But it's a clever, very clever choice.
I'm sure Vidit is relieved, by the way. I think Vidit, was probably worried that Magnus had actually prepared something within the bishop's opening. Yeah. We counted our blessings too soon. We jinxed it.
I know. And I wonder even if Magnus, it's hard to know who is the happier one in this gamble, because if Vidit had gone c6, which, as you pointed out, is one of the main lines against the bishop's opening, then we wouldn't get back into an Italian.
But Magnus has just played knight c3, which is not the main line. I mean, everybody plays c3 now. That's the traditional Italian. Knight c3 is a kind of weird 4 knights defense with bishop c4.
When I'm black here and they go knight c3, I always feel like, okay, that's already a mistake, more or less. I go d6. They go bishop g5, h6, g5, and black is already borderline better, right? So I'm curious what Magnus has cooked up.
You want to be very careful if you're playing white to allow this before black castles, because black will definitely go for this. And this bishop is extremely bad. It's just out of commission. So in these types of situations, generally I've seen the bishop go out to e3. And black responds often with bishop b6, and we could have a very symmetrical position, bishop b6, bishop b3. I've had a lot of blitz games with Hikaru in this exact variation, and he usually puts his bishop on e3 and then aims for a quick d4. We'll see how the world champion handles this.
I'm happy. I mean, I was disappointed when I saw knight f3 appear, but now knight c6 and knight c3, at least that's going to be something more lively than the usual c3, also something new. So we're looking forward to this. Shall we bring back the bird's eye view and have a look elsewhere?
Why not? So we have a very interesting opening brewing in the Van Foreest Giri game. Shall we perhaps go to that one?
Sure. Before we go there, actually, Daniel, can I ask you very quickly, because I see a lot is happening between Mamedyarov and Karjakin, but the two have a history of having made some draws before, but this looks crazy. Is this theoretical or is it just crazy?
This is almost definitely theoretical. I mean, we'll definitely go to that game maybe after we take a brief look at the Jorden game.
But
I think it's theory. To answer your question in short, I think it is theory, but we'll take a look. In the Jorden game, the reason that caught my eye is because we don't see the same-ish variation of the Nimzo very often anymore. And that's the immediate a3, essentially forcing a trade. And White's idea is to say, yes, I'm damaging my pawn structure, but I'm going to go for a quick f3, e4. And Giri playing one of many, many viable lines here, b6, knight c6. And the idea of behind black setup is to pile up on this c4 pawn as quickly as possible. And yes, black does allow white to play e5, but this is less dangerous than it appears because the knight can simply reroute through e7 or even h6, and it's premature. So Jorden going bishop d3, bishop a6, and queen e2. And now, if memory serves me right, and I'm checking the opening reference now, knight b3 is a move here, rooting out the bishop, as is d6. So Jordan still playing instantly, but Anish taking the first serious think of the game.
And well, maybe you can tell us a little bit again about the plans for either side.
Well, generally, black is still going after white's queen side. So the reason you see d6, first of all, it discourages e5, and Anish has just played it And given time, let's just make a couple of random moves for white. Essentially, there's two ideas. One is to go c5, rook c8, and then take on d4. But the main idea is to go queen d7, and then either queen a4 or queen c6, and hit the c4 pawn one more time. So here, after rook b1, there's still a couple of games in the database. If you play the immediate queen c6, you run into rook b4. So you can see that it's a battle for the c4 pawn. And if white wins that battle, what is the significance of that? Well, the significance of white winning that battle is that white's hands are now untied for action on the king side. I mean, white can play f4, e5, and Fiona, if black castles into it, you can just see how dangerous this could be. I mean, white's got a tremendous attacking potential on the king side with that bishop aiming on h7. Of course, I'm approximating this. I'm not saying that these specific moves are likely, but black has to be extremely precise in how he goes about attacking the queen side and simultaneously trying to prevent white from developing an attack on the king side. So f4 is possible here, and knight h3 is also a possible move, as is bishop g5. So an expansive menu of options. We'll see how Jorden handles this.
But yeah, a very ambitious approach. Jorden, who had a tough loss before the rest against Isipenko. I don't know, how many draws has he? He's only made 2 draws, I believe, out of the first 10 games. 2 or 3, I think, only maybe 2. And today, well, this is a position which definitely has potential, at least from these early stages, to end decisively.
It really does. This is an exciting game, and we'll keep a very close eye on it. And speaking of exciting games, let's swing on over to Shakirar's game against Sergey.
Yeah, so let's go from the start here.
Yeah, well, this was a Scotch gambit. Well, no, I don't know what this is called. d4, e takes d4, e5. I guess it starts out as a Scotch gambit. This listed as the center attack, but whatever it is, this is a very popular line. d5 is the typical response, counterattacking the bishop. This is all very standard theory. There's thousands of games in this position. Bishop g4. Bishop g4 is not the most common. Generally, black castles first, but okay. Bishop g4, h3, bishop h5. Bishop comes out to e3 to reinforce the d4 pawn. Castles. And here the move g4 is exceedingly rare. Queen c2 is the most common move by a country mile. Queen c2, bishop g6, and now queen b3. And this position I'm familiar with, Fiona. G4 I've never seen before. That's extremely committal. After bishop g6, he combines this with castle short. That is modern chess in a nutshell. You go g4, and then, just like any civilized human, you castle on that same side of the board.
But I'm not surprised that Shakir tries something like this, because if we bring up the standings for 1 second, actually the only player at the top of the standings who's really impacted by Dubov being out of the tournament is Shakir, because he played the game against Dubov and that was a draw, so he lost half a point there, while all the other top 4 players, Magnus, Anish and Rapport, are all going to get that walkover point against Dubov. So Shakir Mamedyarov today, he is pretty much in a must-win situation if he wants to fight for the title here.
That's a great point, and this definitely explains this kind of opening choice. I mean, when you have a must-win situation, playing Sergey is one of the worst pairings you could have because of how incredibly solid he is. So yeah, this opening option makes sense. Now, in terms of how black can try to punish white for castling on that side of the board, well, the move f5 comes to mind. This is the engine likes this as well, at least initially. And in the event of en passant, black can recapture with the queen. You can't take the d5 pawn because f3 is hanging. And the typical response for white is to take on c6 and then to vacate the e5 square for his knight. I wonder if they're actually going to follow this path, and then black can go queen h4. I wouldn't go into something like this, even probably with preparation, but you know, Shakir is a one-of-a-kind player, and this is what he's known for, this kind of incredibly daring, uncompromising chess. This is why we love him.
For sure. And Dania, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this? I was just thinking, I'd be very curious if I was a fly on the wall, for example, in the room of Shakir Mamedyarov this morning when the players found out that Dubov is out. I wonder if that changed his preparation maybe quite last minute. Let's say yesterday the players for sure spend a considerable amount of the rest day preparing for the next day game. Then they wake up, they hear Dubov is out. I wonder if then this morning Schach gave his second Rauf Mamedyarov a call and said, look, Rauf, we've got to mix it up.
Cook me up something, something with a little more Tabasco sauce on it. And, that's not out of the question because you hear some stories of that happening. You hear, I remember Grishuk telling a story like that. Well, I just woke up and I was planning to play Berlin, but I decided that it was not enough Sag life. And so I played Najdorf, simply decided the spur of the moment, as they say in English. But this happens, and these players are human. Not everything is totally immaculately planned the night before. Sometimes they have a flash of inspiration. And this was something, this line may have been something that Chakra had cooked up before the tournament. So he's not just pulling this out of thin air.
Yeah. I think that's a very fair point. But this game here definitely shaping up to be very exciting as well. Sergey taking some time. Schach, he's at least he's following his prep, that's for sure. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view?
Let's do it. Yeah. Hashtag Grishuk Squad. Typing that in the chat. This is what I'm busy with instead of actually commentating the games. We see that Jorden, by the way, has indeed gone f4, which is very natural and understandable. Yeah, we have that London system, and due to this game, we have an old school Rai Lopez in Grandelius Yesipenko. Fiona, I'll give you the choice. Do you want to go to Prague, Duda? Maybe we should check out Report's game. That's pretty rich position there. Sorry, that was low-hanging fruit.
Let's start with Grandelius against Yesipenko then.
Let's do it. Okay, well, this is a Rai Lopez. And Niels opting for the move d3, which is the sort of most popular sideline, rook e1 being the main line. Okay, so Andre responding very traditionally, b5 and d6, c3, and essentially, Yesipenko playing a Chigorin setup, which is still a very viable line against d4. So this type of setup with knight a5, c5, and Niels going d4, queen c7, and d5. And here's what's interesting about this position, Fiona. In the main line with rook e1, you could essentially get the same position with the only difference being the placement of the rook. So b5, bishop b3, d6, c3, castles h3. And if black plays the Chigorin, one of white's main continuations is to lock up the center with d5. This is considered one of the most reputable lines. So if you compare this position to this position, I'm just going to switch back and forth a couple of times. You can see the only difference is that the rook on f1. Now, who does this favor? Well, the tempting answer would be black, and it probably does favor black, but this, I think, is a very annoying line for black with the rook on e1. So because the center is so closed, one tempo, Fiona, often does not make a night and day difference.
I actually, I'm still looking at the screen like this is like a magic trick you've just shown. I was trying to figure out where did that tempo, it's like you made the rabbit disappear or something.
Right. Yeah, I'm pulling it out, continuously pulling it out of the hat. And knight c4 by Andre, which is de rigueur in these types of positions, because if you don't play that, if you just sort of develop your bishop, for example, the knight gets totally excommunicated with b3, and then you're going to have problems with that knight for the rest of the game. And this is a classic position in the sense that white generally plays on the king side, and white typically plays on the queen side. As for typical ideas, I mean, the good thing about having the rook on e1 is that white has this knight d2, f1, g3 maneuver, which is incredibly important in order to assemble pieces on the king side. And Niels might end up playing rook e1, anyway. That's not out of the question.
Very interesting stuff. I'm still, this game is, can you Daniel, just have to, sorry. Where did that tempo, what's the short answer as to where this tempo?
Well, it's D3.
It's just
the move
D3, of course. Yeah,
because he ended up playing D4, whereas in the main line, you spend this tempo playing rook E1, and then you go C3, D4 in one fell swoop.
Of course, and Niels hasn't gone rook E1, instead going B3.
Yeah, chasing the knight away. I mean, he could still go rook E1. He could play a little bit on the queen side himself. I've seen people go A4 and trying to lock up the queen side with A5. Or you could start with knight B to D2. So again, when the center is closed like this, a single move might not have tremendous significance. It's more about the scheme and the system of piece placement that you're adopting, more rather than individual moments that are important.
And Niels has just made another move again. It wasn't rook E1, but bishop E3.
Okay, getting his bishop out first, and that makes sense. I mean, he doesn't want the bishop to be locked in when he plays knight B2. My guess is that he's still in his preparation. I think he still knows what he's doing. He had this position at home.
Yeah, I think also Niels, a huge expert in the Ruy Lopez from both sides. Remember, everyone, he was also part of Team Carlsen for a couple of matches, so I'm sure they will have spent maybe a couple of hours looking at some stuff in the Ruy Lopez. Let's move on from here now. And Dania, do you want to start with Prague or Duda?
Yeah, let's go to Prague's game, and I'll just mention that Shakhriyar and Sergey are indeed, for now, going down that line. Sergey did play F5, and Shakhriyar took on Passant. But let's check out Prague's game against Fabi. They have an interesting Slav and a potential repetition, by the way. So let me quickly walk through this game from the start. We had a semi-Slav, Prague going E3, and after queen C2, bishop D6, there is a line called the Maron, and the Maron happens when white plays bishop D3, black captures on C4, and then strikes on the queen side with B5. This is an exceedingly sharp line. Prague, though, deviating from that and going for a much quieter system, the move B3. This is an anti-Maron, because if black takes on C4, obviously white will capture with the pawn, and that takes, the sting out of that idea. So, essentially, Fabi just develops castles bishop B2, B6, castles bishop B7, and this is a very peaceful and positional line of the Slav, and that is evidenced by the fact that they're kind of playing on the queen side, A4, A5. Prague repositioning his bishop to D3, maybe eyeing the move E4, and Fabi staking his bishop onto that outpost on B4. And Fiona, the sort of obvious knee-jerk continuation would be knight back to A2.
And is that the potential?
Yeah. Essentially, this forces bishop D6, because I don't think bishop A3, maybe bishop A3 is possible. First of all, I'd be quite scared to play it, although it doesn't seem that the queen is going to get trapped. But I'm not sure that black benefits, in the event of, let's say, C takes D5, E takes D5. The knight can return back to C3 and then rook Fe1. I don't think the trade of dark squared bishops necessarily favors black. So first of all, we'll see if Prague plays this, and then we'll see whether Fabi is just testing him or whether he's genuinely fine with the draw, which is also not totally out of the question.
Yeah, I was thinking about that while we were going through, and you mentioned the possible repetition. It's really hard to say, right? Because Fabiano, of course, on paper, there is a huge rating gap between the two players. But Fabiano is playing with the black pieces. He's coming off a tough loss. Prague is coming on a big high. And I think it's just hard to know. You can never really put yourself in Fabiano's shoes. How does he feel? Does he really want to get a win here? Does he just want the tournament to be over with? What would be your stance if you were playing on the black side here?
Well, I feel like Fabi, he was definitely very frustrated after the last game. He's blundered uncharacteristically at several points this tournament. So again, as you hinted at, it's possible that he's just saying, this isn't my tournament. I want to limit the damage, and I'm going to play very solidly with black, and then keep trying to win games with white, even though he's lost 2 games with the white pieces this tournament. Impossible to say, and it remains to be seen.
I don't recall the last time players like Fabi, first of all, they barely lose classical games. at all, but especially not with the white pieces. And Prague, well, up until this moment, he had played every move pretty much instantly. We will see here. Does he go for knight a2? If he does, what does Fabiano do? But let's just update quick look at the last game we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, let's have a look at Duda Shankland, and already a big time disparity in that game, as looks like Sam has once again demonstrated exquisite preparation. He has equalized completely out of the opening. Now, how did this all happen? Well, this was a London. Sam going with the e6 followed by c5 line. After knight bd2, I mean, the vast majority of people go knight c6 here. Sam playing a far less common move, queen up to b6, hitting the pawn on b2. And he wants to take that pawn. So Duda defending it with rook b1. And now bishop d6. Interesting way to prepare bishop d6. Duda, after a long think, deciding to trade on d6 and trade on c5. I'm not sure what it is that he's really hoping to achieve here. He goes c4. But my question, Fiona, is, let's say Sam just castles. I don't see any advantage for white. I mean, I guess black does have one issue to resolve, which is the light squared bishop, but he's going to resolve it. I mean, one way or another, either through a fianchetto or through the move e5 at some point. This is not a concern for black. This is completely equal. I'm not seeing the zest here in Duda's play.
Look at Sam. He almost looks disappointed. Maybe he's thinking, this was too easy to equalize out of the opening.
I wanted more of a challenge. I wanted more of a preparation challenge. He's definitely surprised, you can tell, at the way Duda is handling this.
Yeah, and I'm curious what it is that has happened here, because Duda is the one who's been spending all his time, and as you're saying, it looks like Sam doesn't have too many problems here to solve once that bishop gets developed.
Yeah, I guess the only thing to decide is whether he goes knight c6 or castles. Now, that's all I was going to say. Is he has to be obviously careful in these positions, as long as he does have this problem with the bishop.
We will leave him to it for now. We are going to go for our first quick break of the day, but we'll be back here with all the action from round 11 in just a couple of minutes, so we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to round 11 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. If you're just joining us now, a quick reminder, Daniil Dubov unfortunately tested positive for COVID, so he is out of the tournament. He will not be playing his remaining 3 rounds, and we wish him a speedy recovery. But Dania, elsewhere, there's a lot happening today.
Indeed, Fiona, there is. And starting from our top left, you can see Magnus embroiled in a kind of weird Italian against Vidit. That's a game we're going to take a close look at. To the right of that, we see Jorden van Foreest in a same-ish Nimzo against Giri. And Giri has indeed put his queen on a4, as is the tradition in this line. Mamedyarov and Karjakin are following the line that we outlined, that queen on h4. That looks terrifying for White, but definitely still preparation, no question about it. For Shakhriyar, we have a Rui Lopez in Grandelius Isipenko with the center closed. We have that quiet Slav as Prague refraining from knight a2 and instead going rook a to c1, and a pretty insipid London system in Duda Shankland, but that game can definitely heat up. Fiona, I'm thinking maybe we can return to the Magnus game and then kind of take a tour around all of the games.
Yeah, I feel like they're almost nicely aligned today. Like if we just go clockwise, we start at the top left corner. And yeah, so let's dive back into Magnus against Vidit.
So Vidit going h6, h3, a6, just sort of moving pawns around. A4 by Magnus, stopping b5, d6, bishop b3. And now, interestingly, because Vidit played a6, he has a bit of difficulty. I mean, moving the bishop back to b6 doesn't make any sense anymore because now you have to ruin your pawn structure. That's out of the question. Sometimes you'll see people playing bishop a7, but again, White can probably take, and then you have to take with the rook, which is also very awkward, and White can strike with d4. So Vidit ends up taking on e3, and after bishop e6, Magnus not opting for the symmetrical structure, but instead going b3, once again saying, I'm happy to trade the bishops, but I'm doing it on my own terms. And I don't think Vidit is going to take on c4. That's a very bad move positionally because it allows White to clamp down permanently on the d5 square. And as long as the f file is semi-open, White has guaranteed play on the king side, particularly associated with this knight maneuver from h4 to f5. So Vidit, he might play d5 here. That looks like a very natural move to me, or he can castle and keep the tension. But something tells me Magnus is still in his preparation.
Yeah, and such an uncomfortable situation for Vidit to find himself in. He is already has spent a lot of his clock time. I think he is going to be spending a lot more. We talked about taking on c4. We talked about d5. Can we also, I guess, just castling is also an option, or?
Yeah, I mean, castles might happen, but the thing is, ultimately, you're going to have to make a decision about whether you're playing d5. And if you don't play d5, I mean, you can migrate this knight. You can play knight e7 here. I like this move because this prepares d5, and it also prepares to get the knight to g6. Now, White can try to beat black to the punch with knight h4. And now the engine suggests an interesting idea. Why don't we go c6 here and try to punish White for playing b3. Now d5 is a threat. And amazingly, there is the possibility of an exchange sacrifice here on f6, but it doesn't appear to lead to more than a perpetual bishop e6, f e6, queen g4 check. Looks very scary. But after king f7, black is threatening to consolidate, so White kind of has to repeat moves. I mean, of course, that's very unlikely to happen, but it shows how rich these positions can be with that undefined center. A lot of stuff can happen.
And I just have a
lot of directions.
Quick question at the end of this line. After the first check on g4, when we went king f7, what if the black king tries to, instead of going to f7, if he goes, let's say, to h7?
Yeah, I think White just takes on e6 and then goes rook f1. It's sort of long-term compensation. There isn't anything immediate. It's just that the f5 square is now extremely weak. And if black ever moves the knight away from g6, then White's knight jumps into f5 and d6 is weak. This is probably not worth going for black. And Vidit did indeed castle short, and I think Magnus is going to reciprocate very shortly.
Well, this line looked tempting, actually, that you just showed with 97. Let's have maybe a quick look as well at the alternative, the immediate d5 you were saying.
Yeah, the immediate d5 is perhaps more natural. But if you think about it, okay, so if we have a big trade on d5, so it takes everything, White can play a move like knight h4 here. And this is a very deceptive position. It looks extremely peaceful. It looks like Black is under absolutely no danger. But White's pieces come into the queen side very, very quickly. Knight 5, queen g4. So Black has to be quite careful in these types of positions. Maybe it's worth playing knight e7 and preventing knight f5. So it's pretty clear to me that Magnus is taking this approach where he's definitely playing for a win, but he's not willing to take any huge risks. And, this type of position, Magnus never loses. So I think he's basically saying, okay, if Vidit plays very, very precisely in the early middle game, the game is going to be likely to end in a draw. But in an unfamiliar position, Vidit might not make the correct decision. And he's burning a lot of clock trying to sort all of this out.
Yeah, and I think I really like Magnus's approach here today. Once again, we talked about it earlier. He's really making use of this range of openings and moves he can play with the opponents never knowing what to expect. Magnus indeed in the not like this thinking pose. And we actually had a result. We completely missed it, Danya. The players are already gone. We remember and well, Sam looked surprised, and this is even more surprising.
A draw, agreed. Duda offering a draw after c takes d5. And my goodness, this is quite an understandable decision. This position is totally symmetrical. White has absolutely nothing. I'm still a little surprised. I think Duda would probably fancy his chances even in an equal position, but it could be a million different things. He could have woken up on the wrong side of the bed and said, I'm not feeling great today. Let's just wrap this game up. Again, it's important not to forget that these are human beings.
Yeah,
and you might be 2760, but yeah.
I was going to say, almost certainly, I think there might be something happening behind the scenes that we don't know, because Krzysztof Duda, he's such a fighting player. I don't remember him.
Yeah.
I almost have zero memory of him making a draw like that, especially with the white pieces. So we don't know. We don't know if we'll hear, if we've had interviews with the players. But for Sam, definitely a great result. With the black pieces and getting a free half, not a free half point, but pretty much.
Sam is going to be very happy with himself and good preparation. He uncovered this rare line, queen b6, bishop d6, and this is who Sam is. He has lines against everything. He's almost impossible to surprise. And that's an incredibly valuable skill at this level. He has proven his ability to survive and thrive against the very top players in this tournament, even though maybe not the performance that he would have liked.
Yeah, but still, he's really shown what he's capable of. So, 2 games over, that leaves us with 5 games. But Danya, I think we're going to have to go back to Shahriar, Mamedyarov, and Karjakin.
Yeah, they're continuing to blitz out moves. And once again, just to show the line that they just went down, Sergey did opt for f5 after a pretty short thing. So en passant, queen f6, bishop takes c6 in order to uncover the e5 square for the knight. Sergey leaping into h4. Now we have a trade, and Shahriar has just played king h2, defending the h3 pawn. And as impressive as black's pieces look, I guess White's point is that it's quite difficult to find a follow-up. And let's not forget the bishop on b6 is not the best placed bishop. Yeah, it's pressuring d4, but d4 is very well protected by the bishop and the queen. So I think Shahriar is kind of saying, yeah, this looks ugly, but in the long run, he's got all the positional assets. He's got the better pawn structure. He's got the pressure on the c pawn. And he can chase the bishop out of e4 with a move f3. So a very interesting approach taken by Shahriar here. Kudos. I like this kind of play.
Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying. In the long term, there are all these trumps. What about the short term? Do we not have to, as white, this looks a little bit scary to me. Um, I was trying to look as black. Can I immediately try and come with some h5? H5 sadly doesn't work, I guess, because what
Well,
actually?
h5 is interesting. No, h5 is definitely viable. Knight g6 is impossible. That's covered. It's not so easy. I mean, white can't really move his queen now because you're going to go h takes g4. So it's also quite difficult for white to make a move. Rook g1 walks into checkmate. Rook takes f2. So this is a completely viable candidate move. I mean, f4 is the engine suggestion, which is not an easy move to play. That means leaving the bishop on this eternal outpost. But the point is white wants to trap the queen on h4 with the move g5. If you play the immediate g5, by the way, I believe that there is, oh wow, there's c5. And if d takes c5, bishop takes c5. And it turns out that that white bishop is fulfilling the very important job of defending the f4 square. And white's position collapses here.
I mean, this position is really quite crazy, and I'm curious what black. Maybe h5 is just too weakening for black as well, because I want to, of course, checkmate the opponent's king, but if I fail, then I've opened myself up for no reason.
Yeah, it's committal for sure.
Sergey should proceed in this position.
I mean, you can move the queen back to e7 in order to prepare c5. If black can get c5 in, all of his problems are going to be solved. The point is, if knight takes c6, this is a case in point. Black sacrifices one pawn, but this shows that double pawns can actually be a tremendous asset. Here comes the other pawn, c5. This undermines the knight. White is in mortal danger in a position like this. So on queen e7, white can consider going rook c1, except here's the catch. This doesn't actually stop c5. Because again, the knight on e5 is constantly hanging in the event of d takes c5. So queen e7 is the preferred move by the engine, and it also happens to be very logical to prepare c5. But something tells me Shakhriyar has factored this into his preparation.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I find this is a position that I find so hard to evaluate and to understand. Like, if you ask me, who would you rather be? And I think at the end of the day, my answer would be I would rather be the player who has looked at this before. Yeah. And if there is one of them, it's definitely not Karjakin, who we see there in deep thought. While, as you said, Shach very likely he's had this or a very similar position on the board.
For sure. And I see some people in the chat suggesting another very logical move, rook a e8. And it's funny, this actually creates a hidden threat. Let's make a random move for white. Rook takes c5, d takes c5, bishop takes c3. And at the end of this line, the rook swings on over to f2 with checkmate. So rook a e8 will probably necessitate the move f4. You have to support the knight instead of a4. You have to play f4. But again, in the long run, if white consolidates queen d2, rook c1, if you think about it, black's position is full of weaknesses and pieces that could end up becoming pretty significant liabilities. So Sergey, I think, it's totally understandable why he's so deep in thought.
For sure, very interesting stuff here. We'll come back here, but shall we go back to the Dutch clash between Jorden van Foreest and Anish Giri?
Absolutely. Let's have a look at how that game is proceeding. And oh my goodness, Anish with an hour and 3 minutes to Jordan's hour and 38. Yes. That is just crazy.
That really is crazy. Actually, while we catch up with the games here, where do you think the whole opening what came as a surprise here as Anish, who he played the Nimzo as black? Where do you think that Jordan surprised him?
A3, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's on the fourth move. And again, I really have to emphasize that the same-ish variation it's incredibly rare at this level. It's not that it's considered bad. It's just not fashionable. I mean, I think if Magnus were to be playing it regularly, it would re-enter fashion, but it's just often considered a little bit too risky because you can see how potentially White's structure could end up collapsing. But Jorden, I think this was a fantastic choice, and he's definitely playing for a win in this game. Knight f3, queen a4, and just in time, he brings his knight back to d2, and not only does he defend the pawn, he also defends the b3 square. So again, for Anish, the question is not just how does he continue the pressure, but what does he do? Because Jorden is now very seriously threatening the move e5. And with all of Black's pieces, on a mission on the queen side, Black's center and king side is tremendously vulnerable. And Anish has to tread very, very carefully here.
And Dania, well, we are seeing the top engine line, which is being suggested to us, which is a move that is
madness. Knight g8 preemptively? That's ridiculous. And then, casually maneuvering the knight in this position to e7. Man. And castling long, Fiona, is not just not out of the question, but maybe likelier than castling short.
This game is insane. I mean, we've got some really, really exciting. This one, the Shahriar game, I have no idea what's going on, but Anish, he has been caught by surprise, and I think he is already finding himself in a very unenviable position.
Yeah, he doesn't like these types of situations. I mean, who likes to be caught off guard? But Anish in particular prides himself on his very extensive opening knowledge, and yeah, he's not feeling great. Let me guarantee you of that. I mean, he can castle long immediately. That's another option. But this doesn't solve all of Black's problems. It's not like the king here is that safe. White can go rook b1, rook b4. And Black can essentially bid goodbye to any hopes of winning the c4 pawn. I mean, if the king is on that side of the board, you're never really going to be able to go c5.
Yeah,
So.
not an easy task. None of the castles look too appealing. I'd be shocked if Anish actually went for knight g8. So I'm very curious to see what is he going to do. But we will come back here. Let's quickly bring up the bird's eye view and see what updates we've had elsewhere.
Yeah, well, we have Vidit over on the top left side of your screen. He has indeed gone d5, and we see that trade on d5. Magnus contemplating his next move. And Anish, by the way, he's gone e5, so he embraces the fireworks in the center. That's a game we're going to keep a very, very close eye on. We have Niels still in that kind of closed Roy Lopez. Not much has happened there. He's gone queen e2. That's on top right-hand side. And in Prague's game over on your lower left, still kind of developing moves. A bit of a lull in the action, I would say, Fiona, in the remaining games.
I know. I was thinking hard. Where do we go to next? I know. Maybe I'll just leave it to you, Dania.
Oh, man, putting me on the spot. Well, we just came from York. I wouldn't mind going back to York. Actually, let's go back to Magnus's game. I want to figure out if Magnus actually has anything in this position, or is he just sort of, has Vidit fully neutralized Magnus's opening pressure?
Let's have a look.
Something tells me the answer is no. And obviously, this is Magnus's calling card. He takes positions that look totally innocuous and turns them into convincing victories, making it look like he was winning all along.
So we left it off when Magnus castled. We weren't sure, is Vidit going to go d5 immediately? You had talked about the possibility of knight e7, but Vidit goes for d5, and we see some trades in the center.
And queen d2 is a vintage Magnus move, keeping the tension, constantly forcing his opponents to make difficult decisions. In this case, the decision is whether Black should take on c3. And there's an interesting subtlety here. Bishop takes e6 is, from a human perspective, this looks very, very good because the knight is kind of trapped. And in the event of f takes e6, queen takes e3, well, this is out of the question for Black. Look at these pawns, right? But apparently, Black has this incredibly strong response, e4, counterattacking White's knight. And well, if White plays queen takes e3, then after e takes f3, this pawn is going to cause a lot of damage to White's king side. So Black is in tremendous shape here. And so for that reason, White should probably take on c3.
And in this position, then I have another question. Earlier, we looked at, when we looked at this game, that taking on c4 was no good. Is there ever any moment when that changes? When is Black, could you consider capturing on c4?
You can consider it here because it's no longer likely that White is going to take with a pawn. With the center being more open, taking with the pawn doesn't make as much sense. So here Magnus would definitely take with a queen. But here's what concerns me about Black's position. This queen is on a fantastic square. It can't really be attacked. And knight a5 is a paper tiger. You just move the queen to e4. And apart from just being well placed, the queen could also support the knight maneuver we talked about. Knight h4, knight f5 is probably going to be White's follow-up. So for example, let's say Black plays queen d7, right? Knight h4, and White continues to accumulate pieces on the king side. White can double rooks on the f file, pressure f7. And this is uncomfortable. This is what Magnus does so incredibly well. He lulls his opponent into a false sense that he's neutralized whatever opening unpleasantness there was, but that's not the reality. I think Magnus is doing a great job here.
I was just thinking, actually, Dania, that it's funny. It's almost like a matchup, Team Magnus, with Magnus and Jorden playing White against Team Anish. Anish ex-Vidit, the two close friends. And it looks like both Magnus and Jorden have succeeded with the White pieces to, first of all, surprise their openings. Both Vidit and Anish have been spending a lot of time, but also to get some, to really ask some quite serious questions already out of the opening.
Yeah, if Black doesn't take on c3, well, then the question is, what do you do? You could play a move like queen d7, but the drawback of this is that White can say, hey, you don't want to trade? All right, I'm going to make you regret it. I'm going to get my knight to c5. And, well, b6 can be met with d4, striking at the center. No, I'm actually of the opinion that Black's position is quite unpleasant here. And I think this is proven by the fact that it is taking as long as he is. Not to overstate the case, I think Black should definitely keep the balance with very careful play, but Black is the one who needs to be very careful here.
Yeah, for sure. For now, we will leave Vidit to it. Let's see, Anish. Should we go back there again? And do you want to look at e5 or?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Definitely, and Jorden has also responded by castling. And my prediction is that Anish is going to castle queenside here, because if he castles kingside, what concerns me tremendously is f takes e5 followed by an exchange sacrifice on f6. And White doesn't even have to do anything immediate here. White can play a relatively slow move like queen f3 attacking f6. And if you just, again, the point is that Black's pieces are all stuck on the queen side and they might not be able to return in time to save the wide open king. This is not Anish's style of position. Castling long, at least the king is relatively safe here. And if White just plays f takes e5 and d takes e5, this is very bad because the knight swings back to d7 and White has created too many holes in the center. So this is out of the question.
Memories of the goalpost pawn formation from an earlier round.
That's right. Yeah, and Anish currently contemplating this position, already down to below an hour on the clock in such a complex position. That is a pretty big concern.
I mean, I am with you that I don't think Anish will castle kingside, but is castling queenside really a move you want to make, or do you just feel that you have no choice?
I think you have no choice, and I think he will castle, and then I think Jordan's going to go rook b1. This idea of chasing the queen away with rook b4. And what Anish has to decide here is whether, he certainly doesn't want to play e takes d4, right? That just helps White correct his pawn structure. E takes f4, though, is a possibility, and then perhaps getting the rook to e8 in order to pressure the e4 pawn. This isn't very impressive pressure. White's, that knight on d2 is such a hero. Look at how it's defending both c4 and e4. White is in great shape here. This is a phenomenal opening choice by Jorden.
I mean, once again, so impressive. Last year, I think, was really the first time that he came to the forefront, not just a very, very strong GM, but his preparation throughout last year's Tata event impressed so much that Magnus recruited him on this team. We don't know for sure. Of course, did that happen after Tata or before? But I wouldn't be surprised that Tata had a big role to play there. And Jorden this year, where he's not going to defend his title, that's for sure. But I think in the Dutch clash, especially here with the tournament being played in the Netherlands, there's always a little bit extra at stake. And Jorden really, really putting Anish to the test here. As you said, impressive preparation. And we'll come back here in a while. For now, do we have to get to the slow games between Prag and Fabi? Maybe we update there. Or Niels, or is something happening elsewhere?
Something is happening. A very interesting move was just played by Sergey.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, let's go there then.
Wow, and this is a brilliant idea that he's just come up with. I'm pretty sure amazing. So he's played c5. Now, is that a blunder? Is just giving up c5? No. Well, what's the idea of c5? Well, the idea is that the knight has lost its principal defender. Well, why is that important? Because now Sergey goes queen e7, and this is just a garden variety fork. And if white takes on b6, well, this doesn't work out because after f4, the queen takes b2 with check. And after rook f2, even more importantly, queen a3 hitting the bishop, and then black is just going to recapture b6 with interest. This is not possible. Shakira has just taken on c5. I think Sergey is going to go queen e7. So what does white do in this position? Well, white can move the knight to c6 with tempo, but after queen d7, I think, well, first of all, there is a potential repetition, but I think what Sergey is saying is that after c takes b6, queen takes c6, white's king, the long-term weakness of white's king, actually provides enough compensation for 2 extra pawns. A move like rook f3 is just terrifying for white. I mean, white could get checkmated here in 2 or 3 moves. So this, I'm really impressed.
This is happening, yeah, queen e7. What a crafty idea, this c5 move by Sergey.
Yeah, and I guess you could also consider playing f4, but once again, that leaves the bishop on an unassailable square, and it allows black to recover the pawn. I'm expecting knight c6, and finally, queen d4 is an attempt to defend both pawn and the knight, but it doesn't work. Bishop takes c5, distracting the queen. Queen takes c5. And again, the worst thing is that black is also forking the b2 pawn.
And can we see, Dania, I see that one person in the chat wrote repetition incoming. What was that line where you said there is a repetition? Is that something that Schach can bail out with for sure, or could black deviate?
Well, black can deviate with queen e8. I think this is kind of an interesting moment because queen e8 would, I would imagine, force white to take on b6. So the question is to what degree does Sergey believe in this position? Or he can play queen d7. This gives white the choice of repeating with knight e5. This is the actual repetition, queen e7, knight c6. Or Shakira could be the one to deviate with c takes b6 if he feels that black doesn't have enough compensation. Now, the engine is still showing that this could end in some sort of a weird perpetual. There are sacrifices galore on h3 and on e3. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to go.
Well, we'll find out after a short break. We'll be back with this game and all the remaining ones here from round 11. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passie voelt.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het vroeg.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
Hello and welcome back to round 11 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. 2 games already done. One sadly never started. Daniel Dubov tested positive to the coronavirus, so we wish him a very swift recovery. The other game that ended was a very peaceful London between Duda and Shankland, Daniel.
Yeah, well, that was a 11-move game, pretty anticlimactic. Good prep from Sam. And, you know, impossible to say what was going through Duda's mind, maybe just not feeling it today, whatever it was. That one ends in a draw. And by the way, as we take a look at our bird's eye view, over on center top toward the right-hand side, you can see Mamedyarov against Karjakin. Sergey has just played Queen D7. So this is very likely to end in the repetition, Fiona, that we were demonstrating with Knight E5, Queen E7. Really, the ball right now is completely in Shakhriyar's court. He can play C takes B6. Something tells me that he's not going to do that. It just seems a little bit too scary. I mean, you could get checkmated there in 3 or 4 moves if you're not very careful. So But the funny thing is Sergey could have played queen e8 and forced c takes b6. So it's this weird cat and mouse thing where, you know, both sides can kind of decide to play on, but it might turn out that neither side wants it enough to actually go through with it.
Sorry, Danny, I'm just reminded. So the other day, we all remember the hugely exciting game between Karjakin and Magnus. Did you see Karjakin's tweets afterwards?
Oh, hashtag like no 2900.
Hashtag say no to 2900.
Say no to 2900. Well, Sergey is underrated. He's 2743 right now. He dropped some rating.
Yeah.
And he is probably the most solid 2743 in the history of chess. I mean, he still is basically impossible to beat.
Yeah.
So, wow.
And well, today with the white pieces, Shahriar, he took a very ambitious approach. But the problem with that, when you play a move like g4 later on, your king just finds itself in a vulnerable spot. I see, Danya, that a third option has just popped up here, suggested by the computer. What is f3?
Whoa. f3 is a headache-inducing move. Both bishops are hanging. The knight is hanging. So queen takes c6. First of all, you can take on e4, but after takes, this is unimpressive for white due to the weakness of the king. And again, rook c1 doesn't work for many reasons. I mean, you could always just give a check on d6. So this isn't with a bishop. But yeah,
no, I was just gonna say, yeah, this doesn't look too convincing, but maybe here, yeah.
Well, you can take this bishop, but then black has the intermezzo bishop c2, queen d2, a takes b6, and yet again, guess what happens after rook ac1? There's a big check on d6. Black's bishop moves away, and here black is clearly better. So I don't feel like there's enough activation energy for Shahriar to truly take a big risk here. I mean, he's probably happy with his tournament standing. Yes, he didn't get that full point against Dubov, but I just don't feel like there's enough here to warrant doing something too risky.
Yeah, no, to be honest, with that king on h2, it just looks very, very dangerous to play on. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a repetition here. Shah, he's thinking, this is probably, when you choose an opening like this, you're willing to take some risks. This is not necessarily what you want. But very often, that's also how it works out when your opponent just finds all the moves, and sometimes there just isn't more than a draw.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Shahriar plays c takes b6. I mean, that's obviously what he's thinking about, and he's genuinely weighing. Yeah, I mean, that look kind of says to me that probably not worth it. Probably, better to just make the draw, go rest. But you never know. I mean, maybe he'll have a change of heart. It's always fun to monitor these types of decisions, the anticipation.
Yeah, and for sure, well, the tournament situation will be at the back of his mind. Shahriar today, for the first time, is looking, I don't know, I was going to say tired. Who am I to judge? But this is such a long event, and we are into the final stretch now, and I think for all the players it's impossible not to start feeling the previous 10 rounds.
No, it's very exhausting, and that's part of the reason we like this tournament. It's 13 rounds. It really tests the players' resolve. But this is round 11, and Shahriar, I think he's just got 95. He has. That doesn't mean he won't. That doesn't mean he will repeat. I mean, he'll have one more chance to deviate as Sergey immediately responding with queen e7. Let's stick to this game. Well, in this position, Shahriar has to go knight c6, I think.
Yeah, so here there isn't it. And Shahriar also has this phase, a little bit of having resigned himself to this being the end of the road.
My friends and I had an old inside joke. When you'd offer a draw, there's this one motion that particularly American club players like to make this motion. It's a very congenial thing that people do, and it means that your opponent's going to take the draw. And the motion is to sort of bob your head from side to side. I'm doing it on camera. And what it means is, the position's kind of balanced. White's got some advantage, but so does black. Yeah, okay, draw. And I think they're kind of doing that thing, and I think they're repeating. There we go, queen d7. Shakir are looking at his score sheet, all of the telltale signs of being about to take the repetition.
Yeah, and for Schach, very likely, I think that's going to mean the end of his chances, or pretty much the end of his chances to win the tournament, with Magnus being one of the remaining 2 recipients of that free point from not having to play. Watch him just all of a sudden take on b6, just saying. All right, that would be amazing, but I just don't see it happening. Both players actually look depressed in this camera.
Yeah, they do. They look incredibly sad. But it's that I feel like you're going to have to act disappointed for the sake of the fans. Like, oh, man, I really don't want to take the draw. Even though secretly they come back to the room. Yes, I can watch the football match now. I can eat early.
No, I think, well, on paper, I think this, of course, with the black pieces, for Karjakin, it's always going to be a successful outcome. I think, yeah, for Shakir, it's tougher on him because he really needed that win today with the white pieces to keep his hopes alive. And as you say, well, this is the last moment, but I think the knight has just dropped back to e5, and we'll see a handshake here now after queen e7.
There it is. A smile, a handshake, a draw, a peaceful result, and the third game ending right after the hour. Sergey and Mamedyarov with the draw in the early middle game. A good attempt by Shakir, admirable, but Sergey, he always seems to be prepared for everything. I mean, his ability to find over-the-board responses is very, very impressive. And this move, c5, that's really what did it for him.
Yeah, very impressive stuff indeed, because for sure he was caught off guard by Shakir's very enterprising opening play. But yeah, that game ended peacefully. 2 rounds to go for these plays. Maybe before we go back to the bird's eye view, we could bring back, have a quick look at the standings once again. And I'll just try and make my, no, we're not going to do that. I've been denied, no. Danya.
You've been denied, and we should look at the sittings instead.
No. Oh my God.
No, get that out of here. Okay, fine. Yeah, you've been denied. Completely denied. I mean, frankly, I what else do you expect out of our producer,
I know.
Right, here, fine.
Did you expect any different behavior?
Fine.
Okay, I think actually the reason I was denied, because they've done great jobs and already updated the standings. So the results from this round are already factored in. We see that Shakir Mamedyarov, he is now on 6.5 out of 11, but Magnus, he has 1 extra point still outstanding. So, Daniel, if my maths don't let me down completely, I think for him, for Shakir, there's no hopes of overtaking Magnus.
Yeah, also nobody got my pun, but that's probably for the
look at the sittings, yeah?
Looking at the sittings. Yeah, well, because they're all
I got it. I just didn't want to. I thought this is too terrible to acknowledge.
You didn't want
I was trying to save you, Daniel. Just move on swiftly.
All right.
Pretend that never happened.
Okay, I'm officially striking it from the record. But yeah, Magnus definitely happy with the result. The more draws, obviously, the better for him. And he is also very heavily rooting for Jorden. And we've got 2 very interesting developments. We have a piece sacrifice in the Grandelli-Sisipenko game. And we have Anish Giri castling short, taking a page out of Niels's book.
Oh my goodness.
Castling right into the attack, which is truly incredible. As for which game we look at first, I guess we should look at the Grandelius game.
Let's do it. Yeah. But things like we only have 4 games left, but 3 of them are heating up very seriously already.
Yeah, and where did the piece sack occur? And I will temper, the chat's excitement. This sacrifice is, I wouldn't say it's typical, but it is a known idea in this particular variation of the Ruy Lopez. Nonetheless, kudos to S.A. Pango. Knight takes c4. Bishop takes c4 and f5. So here's the point. Well, the bishop can't drop back to d3. Here you just get forked immediately. If you go back to c2, black doesn't have to take on d5 immediately. Black could start by playing e4. And I mean, if you just look at this position visually, look at black's pawns, look at black's piece activity. And later on, the knight could move away from d5 and the d pawn could advance forward. The f pawn could advance forward. This is no fun for white. And both objectively and practically, you can see that the engine doesn't even think that this is worth going for, which says a lot.
And it also, Daniel, would almost be some poetic justice for Yesipenko after he suffered that tough defeat against Anish, where those pawns just kept storming down the board.
Yeah, he wanted some of that as well. Now, the option that entices me from Niels' perspective is to play the move c4. And I know this looks ludicrous, and you're just leaving the bishop on e4, but the point is you're transitioning the game from kind of a tactical battleground to something more positional. Currently, black is now up a pawn, but white's going to recover the e4 pawn, and he's going to get this blockade in the center. So, for example, bishop f5, knight c3. In fact, I'm quite confident that Niels is specifically going to go for this line. This just seems a lot more fun to play than you know, clinging to the piece and giving black that massive pawn phalanx in the center.
No, for sure. I mean, I would be absolutely shocked if Niels dropped back the bishop to c2. That line we were going down just looked very, very scary. Is there anything, if you're not going to drop the bishop back, c4 is the only move that makes sense, I guess.
Well, you could take on f5, but this is extremely counterproductive. After bishop takes f5, c4, you get a terrible version of that position. In fact, white is simply losing because bishop f6 creates the unstoppable threat of e4, which is either going to trap the rook or it's going to win the knight. So if Niels is to sack the piece back, the only way to do it is to start with c4. Now, Niels is an incredibly principled player, so
he has just
he's definitely
made a move.
And it's c4.
And it is c4,
yeah, he's played
indeed.
c4. A good move. Andre is going to take on e4, and the position is going to quiet down a little bit. I think white is slightly for choice. Black has the two bishops and the f-file, but white will have this very powerful e4 square as a base of operations for the knights.
And we see, I guess, Yesipenko just sat down at the board, shrugging his shoulders, and a look at the ceiling, which has become so infamous. We're going to come back here. C4 seems to be to have been Niels' best response. And our producer, Vic, has prepared a new little quiz, a new little game for us.
Okay.
And the game is Whose Drink Is This? But I'm afraid the Black Lotus, the Black Lotus logo appearing in the background might have given it away.
Well, it's just the suit. Yeah, you could just tell that's Vidit's suit. And is that chocolate? Now I want some chocolate milk. Or some hot chocolate. I think
next year we'll have to bring you back to Wijk and say, I actually just had a hot chocolate before coming to the playing hall. They do some very good hot chocolate here.
Oh my God.
So, yeah.
I just had a question for you, Fiona. Is the pizzeria still there?
Tarantella is still there. It's still going strong. So, and it's not, I don't think it's going anywhere. It's really one of these establishment, like one of the legendary places that everyone associates with Wijk aan Zee.
I love that place. And the best part is going there, that and French onion soup at the Sonnenwijk Hotel. The best part is that French onion soup is so good when you have a sore throat, which I would get every time I was in Wijk aan Zee because of the cold. But walking into that pizzeria and getting like a hot slice of greasy pizza when it's freezing outside, there's really nothing quite like it. And that place is really famous among all of the chess players. I know Magnus is a big fan of it. It's probably the best restaurant in Wijk aan Zee.
Absolutely, no, for sure. A big favorite with the players. And while we were talking, I'm sorry, but did you see the way Vidit downed that drink? He did not take his time to slowly enjoy it. It's just...
No. He annihilated that hot chocolate, and he probably just got up to get more. Oh, no, he's thinking right now. Okay, he's going to quickly make a move so that he can
So you
refill
can go
that
and get more.
glass.
Shall we update his game maybe, since we just came from there?
All right, fine. You forced me to commentate. Ugh. Okay, well, Magnus has done something quite interesting. Now, Vidit played a very natural move, queen d6, getting the queen into the action, defending e5, and protecting the bishop. And, well, I pointed out the idea of going knight h4. Magnus going for slightly different... Okay, he needs to finish this because I don't know if I can commentate his game when there's that. When we're
The
looking
problem
at that.
is sometimes, like, I don't know here in the playing hall if it's like made with some powder or if it was just pre-prepared. Sometimes the bottom. There are a lot of people who like to do this, don't you think? Just leave the smallest amount.
Well, because there's a certain satisfaction in knowing that you still have a little bit left, right? You haven't finished it completely. You still have one lovely, a savory drop left for saved for a rainy day.
By the way, and maybe Bigfoot can confirm, but I think this is one of these, it's very typical of the Netherlands, this chocolate drink, right? Chocomel. And it's cold, right?
Yeah, it's not an ad, by the way.
This one is...
Think it's an ad.
Yeah, this isn't an ad. So this one, I mean, I'm not such a big fan of this one because it's cold, but I just had my hot chocolate from Zonnebank with some whipped cream. That's the real stuff, Daniel.
Oh, well, during the next break, I'm definitely making something. I'm going to dig up some hot chocolate. I also have masala tea, which I'm a huge fan of as well.
Both tempting options for now. Shall we? Sorry, I sidetracked us, I feel, a little bit from the game, so let's dive back
Not
in.
at all. Knight d2. So Magnus, he takes a different route, and he's going for a different square. And this also makes a lot of sense. I mean, he wants to go knight e4 and centralize the knight. And, he's going for this positional sort of control over the center. And there's another thing that Vidit has to be very careful about. Let's say he plays rook a8 kind of nonchalantly. Well, what could happen now after knight e4, queen e7, which looks fine, right? Well, there's a couple of problems. First of all, bishop takes a6 is possible, winning a pawn, overloading the b7 pawn. Second of all, after takes, White's got knight c5, queen c8, and once again, knight takes a6, picks off a free pawn. So Vidit has, this is a threat. White is threatening knight e4. And so the engine proposes the move bishop d5, and even here I could play knight a4. And in the resulting position, I really like the placement of the bishop. These doubled pawns may look bad, but they are controlling very important squares in the center. The situation, Fiona, is still quite uncomfortable for Vidit, chocolate milk or no chocolate milk.
Yeah, and I mean, I was going to ask you because we see the engine doesn't seem too bothered right now. It says 0.2, but this is one of the cases where sometimes I feel like, oh, the engine is maybe exaggerating. This doesn't look so bad. But here, if I'm a lot more scared for Vidit, shall we say, than just an 0.2 position.
Well, an 0.2 is Magnus's specialty. I think if somebody wrote a book of Magnus's best games, I mean, there are books of Magnus's best games. 0.2 would be a good title because that's what he aims for out of the opening. And this is, what I talked about earlier. He's not always looking to kill his opponent on move 15. He's looking to cause a little bit of discomfort and then nurture that all throughout the game.
But here, to me, it feels that it's already more than a little discomfort with it down to 52 minutes. And just not clear exactly how you meet this. What is queen b4?
Well, that's another idea that I had. This forces the queen trade because the queen can't drop back to b2. You lose the knight. However, after takes, well, the question is whose pawn structure is weaker. Yeah, black has this pressure on b2, but it's nothing special. Rook ac1 happens. Maybe black can go knight a2 and then back to b4. Actually, I don't really see how white can avoid the repetition here. I guess rook fc1 is possible. And even though you give up the f file, you have this monster square on e4. I think Vidit is probably seriously contemplating this option, though. It's tempting to get this into an endgame, but we all know what happens when you get a slightly worse endgame against Magnus. And let me just give you a hint. It's not good.
It's not good indeed. Shall we bring back the bird's eye view? And We should update. I'm still curious about Anish just castling into the apparent danger. Shall we start with that, or do you want to go to Prague?
Now let's start with that. The Prague game is very slow moving. I mean, we're not really missing much there. They're just sort of still making surface level improvements to their position. Now, a big moment of truth here for Jorden as he's taken on e5. Is he going to go through with the exchange sacrifice? And this is, we always say that it's easy to sacrifice other people's pieces, and truer words have really never been spoken. It's hard to find a follow-up here, Fiona, because, okay, the check is very tempting, but if you just play very superficially, the queen is going to drop back to c6. And if White's play evaporates, and it does here because the bishop is just very lame, White could end up just being an exchange down and losing. So the engine suggests this very cold-blooded move, and it was at one point suggesting knight f1. Okay, well, that opens up the bishop. The knight is heading to h5 or f5, and the queen can swing to g4 at the right moment. So something like this, I would be very, very impressed if Jorden, that would be a very gutsy decision.
And
but
finally,
he's got alternatives.
I mean, there was also the move, I saw that the engine had briefly flashed it up after the exchange sacrifice on f6 and takes. I think queen f3 was another possibility that flashed up for a second.
Yeah, so that attacks f6, and after queen c6, this is the most engine-y move of all time. a4, just deploying the bishop to 8. I mean, it makes sense, right? You're getting the bishop onto an active square. It's just that one of the hardest things to do is to play slow moves when you've sacrificed material, and to have that presence of mind. Now, the point is also, if knight takes c4, that does White's bidding for him. Bishop c4, you just trade everything, and then you win the game with the move bishop h6, creating unstoppable threats along the dark squares. So again, this is a big moment of truth for Jorden. I'm sure he knows that this is a critical moment, and if he doesn't sacrifice an f6, well, he could definitely play a move like rook b1 and still prepare that idea of rook b4.
What do you think the chances are he will take on f6?
I think the longer he thinks, the greater the chances. I think if he takes another 10 minutes on this position, I would say the chances are over 50%. But if he makes a move within the next 10 minutes, I would vote a higher probability that it's going to be a move like rook b1.
Very interesting. A critical moment here in that game between Jorden and Anish. Will come back. I suspect Jorden will spend some more time here to make up his mind, and that gives us the chance. Wow, Vidit with f5.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good move. It stops knight e4. It's committal, yeah. I mean, you're advancing your pawns, and that's over on your top left. But he is stopping the knight from heading to e4, which is very important. I think that's the correct move, actually.
Very nice. And shall we update Prague? Shall we update Grandelius against Stepanko? Where do you want to go?
Prague. Let's go to Prague.
Let's do it.
And then we can go to Rome and Paris.
Some nice destinations, indeed.
No, I love Prague. I've played in the Czech Republic many, many times.
I mean, they have such a long-standing tradition of this Czech tour, which has
Pardubice, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so let's see. We haven't missed so much here at all. Let's just go back a few moves.
I have a funny story from the Czech Republic before we update. Czech, of course, and Russian are, they're both Slavic languages, so there's similarities, but they're not even close to being mutually intelligible. So there's certain words that are common. I could read menus, sort of. But there's also false cognates. There's words that exist in both languages but mean completely different. So when there would be construction, there would be a sign with the word pozor. And as far as I know, that means attention in Czech, but it means shame in Russian. So I was like, why is it always a shame when there's road work going on? Like, is it really such a shame that they're improving the roads? And of course, I realized
that's very funny.
Mean completely different things. Anyways, back to the game.
So back to the game in Prague. We left it off the last time when we thought he might play knight a2. We could have a potential repetition on the cards, but none of that happened.
Yeah, I mean, they're instead kind of making improvements to their position, rook a d8, rook f d1, rook f e8, and Prague dropping his bishop back to b1, creating direct contact between his rook and the pawn on d4. I think he's sort of implying that, at one moment, at some point, he wants to go e4. And Fabiano dropping the bishop back to d6. So, and now we have rook e1. So we have this kind of slightly weird maneuvering game. Prague, I definitely think, is aiming for e4, and he is again inviting Fabiano to return to b4, which is not out of the question because this pins the rook. And we could see this repetition. We absolutely could. Can Fabi play a move like e5? I think the answer is no. This would be premature. Because after white just trades everything, I mean, you have a classic isolated queen pawn situation with a monster blockader on d4. So currently the ball is in Fabi's court. Will he play bishop b4, or will he refrain from the repetition?
Yeah, a big decision for him. As I'm reading in the chat that Niels is much better. Is that correct? Did we miss something there? I think we should go back to Niels Grandelius and
let's
Andrei
do it.
Yasipenko.
It does look like Andrei has overestimated his queenside play. I think c4, maybe, I don't think Andrei missed it. I think he underestimated it. And one of the hardest things in chess is switching psychologically from a situation where you're prepared to develop the initiative, you've sacked the piece, you're excited. All of a sudden, the position has quieted down and you have to be very careful. It appeared that the correct idea here was to go bishop e8 and to swing this bishop around to g6, but instead Andrei going for a very concrete approach. He takes on c4 and he goes knight a4 and rook b8, but Niels very calmly developing his final piece. And the problem for Andrei is that if he goes rook b2, I think there's a very specific idea on the king side, which is to play f4 and tear everything open. And it's kind of a similar problem to what Giri is facing. You've got these pieces that are suspended on the queen side. And if you actually look at the center and the king side, that bishop is vulnerable. The pawn on d6 is a weakness. White's position has tremendous potential. And Andrei has to be very, very careful in this position. I think he's worse. The eval bar is giving 1.5. That is maybe a slight overestimation, but no question that white is significantly better here.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange. Rook b2 looks like a move that looks so natural. You can get your rook into the enemy position. What are the other options here for black?
Well, black can play bishop f5. That's kind of a typical move. But once again, I think f4 looks like a very, very strong move. Okay, the eval bar is kind of going back and forth. It's not obligatory, but I feel like it's the principled approach. You're opening up the center with white's pieces better equipped to handle that. E takes f4, bishop takes f4. I mean, black had abandoned entirely the idea of getting the rook to b2. But again, look at this position. Pawn on d6 is weak. White's piece is perfectly placed in the center. Bishop on e7 is lame.
And that knight on a4 as well.
Yeah, what exactly is it doing? I mean, it's not going to c3. And even if it drops back to b6, well, where is it going from there? So there's just the sense that black's pieces are quite discombobulated. And this is right up Niels's alley. He loves these complex, semi-tactical positions. And I think the last game, Fiona, wasn't necessarily smooth, but I think I can sense that it's given him a lot of confidence.
I saw that World Chess actually yesterday made a Facebook post saying, Niels Grandelius had 1 million ways to win, but didn't. And then they said that later on that Daniil started playing for a win, which is not exactly correct. I mean, there was no point at which Daniil, I showed this to Niels and he told me, there is a reason I refrain from social media. Niels is very principled on this. He doesn't check any social media while he's playing the tournaments. And when I showed him this, he was like, yeah, I'm very, very clever not to be looking at social media while I'm playing.
Yeah, there was a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking on Facebook. And yes, it was a very sloppy endgame, no question about it. But Niels suffered through 3 time pressure phases. And I feel like he was the deserving winner. I mean, I think his biggest chance was probably to win that game in the middle game.
Yeah.
But you also have to take your hat off to him. I mean, he kept his foot on the gas pedal in the purest sense of the word. He just never let up. And that's how you win games. As we see, Andre does indeed go bishop f5. And I think really a big moment here is Niels going to decide on f4. I feel like this is such a move in his style. I think he's going to play f4.
Yeah, I think f4 is surely the move that he's been thinking about for a couple of moves as we see him return to the board. And this is looking very promising for Niels, so we'll come back there. And let's go now to Praggnanandhaa and Caruana.
Yeah, well, Caruana's still thinking after rook e1, both of them now below an hour on the clock. And you can just sense what Fabi is thinking about. Well, I could play b4. Well, I could play bishop b4, but yeah, I mean, I really didn't want to repeat moves. But then I realized that I really don't have much of a choice, and I just wanted to play a solid game today. But I just don't see what I mean. There's also the move c5 here.
I was going to ask actually, yeah, about this. Once again, I think it's such a fascinating topic. These pawn breaks in the center. When do you understand? When are they good? What is c5 here? e5, you already said earlier, you think doesn't quite work for you. So what about c5?
Well, the problem is there's a lack of equivalency in the accessibility of these 2 weak squares, right? Both players have a weakness on b5 or b4, but white can access it, black can't. And that's what I think really discourages black from playing c5. It's not the end of the world, but the other knight could come out to e5, and this could get very unpleasant. If you just look at this position, black is extremely cramped. This knight is totally unassailable, and it could even move on to d6 under a different set of circumstances. So Fabi is not one to burn all of his bridges just to avoid a draw. He plays the position, and that's what makes him great, and that's what makes his career. That's what makes him so incredibly stable, right? He doesn't tilt by making unobjective decisions. So I think there's a high probability he goes bishop b4.
I was just gonna say that the more we look at this position, the more you convince me that the other moves are not that great. I also think there is a big chance. Fabi about to make a move, and bishop b4. Dania, you called it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think Prague is going to repeat. But after rook d1, which I believe, okay, the rook came from there. I was just making sure it didn't come from f1. I don't see any enticing alternatives for Prague, because now, of course, he is pinned, so the move e4 doesn't make much sense here. I mean, black takes on e4, and you can't take back with a knight, and obviously you don't want to give away your light-scored bishop. But for Fabi, he can refrain from the repetition after rook d1, but once again, Fiona, I just don't see how black can improve his position, and just making a random move and getting a worse position is not up Fabi's alley. So now the ball in Prague's court, but I'm anticipating rook d1. I think there's a high probability this game ends in a draw.
I agree with you. I also think it could be a little while, as both players might be investing some time before they repeat, if they repeat. So we're going to bring back the bird's eye view for a second and see. Shall we update? Maybe we can update Magnus's game, and then we'll go on a quick break. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan. So Magnus, he is taking his first really big think of the game as Vidit deciding on the move f5. It is committal. These pawns could potentially end up a little bit vulnerable. And to that end, I think, Fiona, the move rook f2 comes to mind. You want to double on the f5, and you want to target the f5 pawn. Now, a move like g6 is possible, but it's really, really weakening. And White could still proceed with rook a f1. You could think about g4, e4. These moves become possible. So this is a move right up Magnus's alley. I'm anticipating rook f2. If I had to predict, I would say he's going to play rook f2.
Rook f2. And one of the questions, the knight from d2. Are you happy with how that's positioned right now, keeping all the options open? What do you envision for this knight in the future?
Keeping the options open is a good way to characterize it. Well, currently it's fulfilling the important role of reinforcing the bishop. So after bishop takes c4, white will take back probably with a knight, although you could take back with a queen with check also. So for now, the knight is sort of kept in reserve. It could later go back through f3 to h4, but Magnus likes to keep his options open. He likes to keep things flexible. And for now, I think the highest priority is to figure out a way to pressure these pawns on f5 and e5.
So you're expecting rook f2. Magnus doesn't look like he is ready to make a move yet. So we are going to come back to this one after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Jorden van Foreest, will he defend his current title? Unfortunately, I think that chance has passed, but he's certainly looking to get a win here against his compatriot Anish Giri. Dania.
Yeah, you can see it's in his eyes. He's got that look. He's got the fighter look. But he has not, I'm sorry to say, taken on f6. He has gone for the more peaceful alternative, rook b1.
I see that a lot of fans in the chat, even on Twitter, I saw, are disappointed. They were hoping to see rook f6 appear on the board, but even after rook b1, Jorden seems to still be doing quite well here.
Yeah, he's in good shape. And again, it's easy to sacrifice other people's pieces. And when you see that the eval bar is in White's favor after rook takes f6, it's so easy to just say, oh, well, obviously the sacrifice is good. Remember that Jorden doesn't know, what the evaluation is. So it's a lot harder to evaluate a sacrifice like this when you don't have any information beforehand. And I talked about this many times. So I felt like he would take on f6, but rook b1 is a very understandable decision. Now, again, Anish has to decide, what is his priority going to be here? Now, he can move the knight away from f6. But the problem is that that doesn't get rid of the long-term problems with his kingside, and Jorden could lift his rook up to h3. Another possibility is to play rook a to e8. This is, I think, maybe the likeliest move. At least this is the most natural move. There is still a sacrifice on f6 possible, but my guess is that Jorden, he wants to play rook b4, but that could end up being premature fiona. It could end up helping black to get his pieces back toward the king side, which Anish wants to do anyway. And this also hits d4. So I don't know. I think rook b1 is just sort of a flexible semi-waiting move.
But it's also an interesting spot that Jorden puts Anish in, because, of course, both players, I'm sure, at the previous turn saw the possibility of rook takes f6. But if you're black, you see, okay, my opponent hasn't gone for it once, but if I allow the opportunity at the next turn again, he might just do it. I have to still evaluate. How do I feel? Do you think it could even be that Anish changed his mind while Jorden was thinking maybe I shouldn't have allowed rook takes f6, and now things better do something about it?
Yeah, but now it's this cat and mouse game, right? Okay, so you see, if he didn't take once, is he going to take now? And these psychological considerations come into play. But look at the clock. Jorden also has taken a lot of time, but Anish now down to 44 minutes. This is a time scramble in the making. We're only 15 moves into the game, and we haven't even reached the most complex position. I anticipate that this middle game is going to continue being as full of nuance and danger for black as it has been so far.
For sure. We'll leave Anish to it. And some great news if we bring back the bird's eye view. Just as we were coming back from the break, we saw that Fabiano has decided not to go for the repetition. So great news as that game continues.
Indeed. He says, nope, we're not making a draw. We're not going home just yet. He plays rook d8 to c8.
And Daniel,
which
maybe
is a clear,
just before we dive in there, I see that the queens have come off in the Magnus Vidit clash on the top left.
Magnus with a very interesting idea. He goes for the endgame, and he doesn't take on c4 with a knight. He recaptures with the b pawn, opening up the b file. He wants to put a rook on b1, and despite his pawn structure appearing very damaged, these are the kinds of endgames, I think, where Magnus excels the most. He doesn't really care what the objective evaluation is. We'll definitely take a very, very deep dive into that endgame in just a few moments. Shall we start with a Prague game?
Sure.
By the way, Niels has played f4.
I'm not too surprised. Niels, who's had such a tough start to his tournament and won an epic game against Dubov 2 days ago. Today, he seems to be pressing against Yesipenko. Just as we tune in, Prague is making his next move. But let's go back. So we saw this moment where we thought Fabiano and Prague could repeat with this bishop b4, bishop d6 dance. But then Fabi, the one to deviate here.
Fabi deviates with a move that, you might be wondering what the idea is. And it might be that there's no specific idea. Maybe Fabi is eyeing the move c5 after all. But it's more that he's tossing the ball back into White's court and saying, all right, Prague, well, find a move. And this is what these types of positions often are all about. I was expecting Prague to make a slow improving move like h3, but he has decided to go for a very concrete approach, knight e5, offering a trade of knights. And if Black takes it and goes knight d7, you're going to get this structure where White's probably going to play f4. Black is quite cramped, but of course, this is a very committal approach for White as well. I mean, this comes with its associated risks. Somehow, I don't think that Fabi is going to take the knight, though. Although, if you don't take the knight, then White can support it with f4.
Yeah, I was just going to say, also, if you don't take... I'm still struggling with the Black position where the pieces are a bit crammed in by their own pawns, and I'm never sure how do I proceed as Black, because the only way to liberate myself is a pawn push, but I guess the pawn push is all still not particularly appealing. Is c5 an option here?
It definitely is, but again, White can stick a knight on b5, and look at how these knights are so nicely protected by the pawns. No, and then there's another idea. After rook e8, White has the move knight a7. If the rook moves to c8, there's a fork, and if rook c7, at the very least, White has a draw by repetition. But White in this kind of position can continue improving. I mean, even a move like h3 makes it practically difficult for Black to find a way to disentangle. So, yeah, no. Now that we're looking at this, I'm beginning to think it's more likely that I'm changing my mind. I think perhaps Fabi will take on e5 after all. For some reason, I think he might offer a draw.
Do you want to have a... What did you say?
Sorry, I didn't mean to... For some reason, I feel like Fabi... There's a non-zero chance that he grows uncomfortable with his position and offers a draw, which...
I was thinking that as well.
It's possible. And he might say, I should have repeated moves. And from Prague's perspective, the repetition could have just happened, so there's a high probability that he accepts the draw.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he comes up with, but an interesting spot here. And let's go to the Magnus ending against Vidit.
Yeah, and the first thing I would say is this. Yes, the eval is 0.00, but does that mean it's a dead draw? Absolutely not. This is an endgame that is full of life. And if every 0.0 game that Magnus had ended in a draw, well, then he wouldn't be world champion. It's as simple as that. This is one of perhaps his greatest strength is to outplay super grandmaster opponents in equal endgames. And a book, I was going to say books can be written about it. A book has been written about Magnus's endgames. An excellent book that analyzes his wizardry in these types of positions. Now, let's try to understand what each side's plans are. Well, White's plan is very straightforward. White wants to go rook b1. Let's make a random move for Black. Let's say g6. Now, which probably is not such a bad move. First, White can play the move a5 to clamp down on the b pawn. Well, and then White just wants to build up, the pressure on Black's queen side. And so for that reason, the engine is recommending a very concrete approach. Black can try to beat White to the punch knight b4, hitting the pawn on c2. And if you go, no, not rook fd1. If you go rook fc1, then there's this amazing move e4. Okay, well, what's the idea? Doesn't that blunder a pawn? Well, not really, because after de4, rook a8, the knight has to move aside. And look at how terrible White's pawn structure is going to be as a result of that. Well, you could play the move d4 here, Fiona, but now Black secures the knight with a5. And this is the secondary point of e4. If White ever goes c3, you go from the frying pan into the fire. That knight is even stronger than it was on b4. And Black can solidify his pawn structure by playing b6. Will Vidit play knight b4? It's entirely possible, and he's doing a good job taking his time in a very important position.
I mean, if knight b4 is important, it shows you just how misleading the 0-0 evaluation also is, because a knight b4 is a highly, a very concrete and quite unusual move. Like, usually you'd be thinking, okay, how do I maybe activate my rooks, use the open files, maybe do something with the pawns. Knight b5 doesn't immediately spring to mind, but that's the kind of defense and the kind of moves you need to find if you want to keep this position a 0-0 against Magnus.
Yeah, and my coach would always tell me that there's a certain way that these games often tend to go, and the fact of the matter is that you have to exploit your very first chance. This is the easiest that it's ever going to be for Vidit, and my guess is that if he doesn't play knight b4, every subsequent path to equality is going to be harder and harder. So I think he senses it, and Vidit is, he's so good at sensing critical moments and capitalizing on them. I think there's a high chance that he goes for knight b4. And Fiona, I'll leave you behind the wheel for just about 45 seconds, if you don't mind. I did end up making some masala tea, so I have to go down and pour some hot water.
No,
I can't wait for it. Shall I keep this game, or do you prefer?
I think we're going to go to the bird's eye view, and I'm going to have a quick look
I will be right back.
Sure, no worries at all. So we see Magnus Carlsen there. We've just came from there with Vidit deep in the tank. Is he going to play knight b4? We will find out. And then next to that second game from the top left, Anish Giri, he is still thinking after Jorden played not rook takes f6. I think the exchange sacrifice we all were hoping to see. But rook b1, the threat of rook takes f6 is still alive. Is Anish going to do something about that? Is he going to allow Jorden another chance to possibly get that shot in? We will find out. We had some exchanges. I think when Dania comes back, we'll dive back in to Pragnananda against Fabiano, but also into Niels Grandelius against Yasipenko at the top right corner there. The last time we had a look at that, Dania was suggesting f4 for Niels, which is what he has gone for, and the character of that position has changed quite a bit. So I think I am going to bring up the game between Niels and Yasipenko, and we will jump back there as we see the chair, the famous stream chair, the chair live. So let's go back. We left this off here after bishop f5, and Dania was recommending for Niels to play this move f4, opening up the position, which is what Niels went for. And after e takes f4, and I'll probably wait here for Dania, because there is a plethora of choices here for White how to recapture. Maybe very quickly while we wait, just look at the results under the player's camera, because 3 games have already ended in this round 11. We had 2 quick draws, one between Duda and Shankland. I'm not sure what happened there with Duda, and very unusual for him to see Simhofer such a quick draw. An interesting tussle between Mamedyarov and Karjakin, which ended up ending in a draw as well, though. And of course, the sad news of the day, Dubov testing positive, so he is out of the tournament. But Dania, I brought us here, and I was saying that I was waiting for you to come back to talk us through the different options that Niels had. He took with the rook, but how do you decide with which piece to take?
I don't love that move. I felt like bishop takes f4 is more natural from the perspective of putting pressure on the d6 pawn. But I think what might have deterred Niels from taking with the bishop is that rook BEA does create an x-ray against the queen, and it's not so easy to find a good home for White's queen. If it moves to the f file, it walks from one x-ray to another. But the reality is that if White just goes rook AE1 here, this knight on e4 is perfectly well protected. It's not like Black can do anything on the e file. So I was fully expecting Niels to take with the bishop, but he's taking with the rook, and he's taking a different approach. And the approach that he's taking, I think, is to rapidly double on the f file. And a very helpful question to ask here to enrich our understanding of the position is who benefits in the event that all of the rooks are traded, that all 4 rooks are traded. And I think the answer to that is White. And I think that's why Niels has chosen this. So let's imagine that we have a trade of rooks. I think the reality now is that Black is the only one with a serious weakness, and White can pile up on that weakness with bishop f4 and then trying to get the queen to g3. This is kind of a risk-free position where White is playing for 2 results. So I can understand why Niels did this, but something about this just seems a little bit awkward to me. The bishop on e3 isn't too thrilled with this with that rook on f4.
And
wants it gone.
Actually, Daniel, can we go back to Jorden against Anish? Because I see that some of our team behind the scenes have been spending a little bit of time looking at the rook sacrifice. So if we go back instead of rook b1, and I'm going to try and read out the lines. So there is something apparently after rook takes, and queen f2, which we didn't really look at. Apparently there is a crazy line which goes queen d1 check, knight f1,
Oh my god.
queen takes d3, and queen h4.
Queen h4. And only now is the computer catching up. It was giving -5 initially.
Oh my goodness,
Oh my
that's a
lands.
crazy line.
And the reason this is so good, I think, is that white is threatening bishop h6 with impending checkmate on the dark squares. And somehow this queen is completely limited. It can't go back to e4. It can't join the defense.
So that
my
means
goodness.
that changes. So maybe what we are saying, if I'm not mistaken, is that rook f6 maybe was even stronger than we thought.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane, but that is an impossible. Knight f1 in this position. How do you not play bishop f1? You have to figure out that you can simply give up the bishop and then play the incredibly cold-blooded queen h4. That is an amazing line.
That is
but you know,
crazy.
of course, one can't expect Jorden to go for this. But nonetheless, good analysis. That was fun.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to our team behind the scenes, and what a line indeed. And instead in the game, well, Jorden didn't take, he went rook b1, and Anish has just played c5, a very committal pawn push.
Committal indeed, and he's trying to get Jorden to go d5 when I think that knight, well, I guess knight b7 allows the sacrifice, but probably knight e8 is more accurate. The knight heads for d6. This is, of course, a very typical idea. Jorden is not going to go d5. That locks up the center. It kills white's attack instantaneously. What will Jorden do? Well, you know what, Fiona, once again, he very well might sacrifice, and the computer definitely likes this, and once again suggests the move knight to f1. As I previously explained, it's the same idea. You want to go queen f2, you want to go bishop h6, and there isn't a huge hurry. White has kind of a long-term attack on the king side, as well as short-term threats of checkmate on f6 and g7. This is really the moment of truth.
Do you think that the inclusion of the pair of moves rook b1 and c5 makes it more enticing to take on f6 less, or it doesn't really change
It's
the
a great
situation
question. Well, I don't think it changes the situation too much after rook takes f6. The question is, I don't see an
There
alternative.
he goes.
For white.
Sorry,
really
Daniel.
what
Rook
else.
f6 has
Boom.
just been played. Wow.
It has. And what I'm most curious about is how Jorden is going to follow this up. This is what I'm really, really interested in. Will he play knight f1? Or is he going to go for... Wait, can white still go for queen f2?
I was wondering. That was going to be my next question. And queen d1? Let's see. But now the rook is hanging on b1.
Oh, that's all that. But wait a second. There's still queen h4 is still possible. And even after takes, meeting with bishop h6, 2 rooks down. What an unbelievable position. White is winning, and the eval bar. It took a second, but now it says it's equal, and it says that bishop b7 is the move here. And the point is that bishop h6 can be met with queen takes e4. The queen is just in time. But that's not the end. White goes d5. Black goes h5. Okay, I'm done. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. What a crazy...
Wait,
crazy
is
idea.
h5 the only move, yeah?
I think it is. Well, the h5 is actually very logical, because after bishop h6, you've opened yourself a nice little retreat square on h7. And, well, this is a draw. Rook, bishop f8, rook f8. Well, probably not rook f8. Queen b1 is more precise. Now look at this. Queen f6, rook takes f8, and just a normal garden variety perpetual with queen f5 check. Unbelievable.
These lines are so nuts. And I'm not surprised to see the jacket come off here for Jorden.
Well, we know what that means. That means he smells blood, but he's got 48 minutes. And my guess is that he's going to take probably 15 of them at least to find the proper follow-up. We'll see. Crazy.
Crazy moment here with Jorden. He didn't take on f6 the first time around. Now he has knight f1, probably a more natural. I mean, if Jorden plays queen f2, that would be absolutely incredible, no?
I would be tremendously impressed if indeed he figures this out. That would be a sight to behold.
We will leave Jorden to it, but we'll come back here very soon for sure. Such an exciting game between the two Dutchies. And else, where I see that Vidit hasn't gone knight b4, instead going e4, which changes the character of the position again a bit. Dania, do you want to update us there?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that idea. I mean, we were proposing knight b4, rook c1, and now e4. Vidit going e4 straight away. Now, d takes e4 has to be evaluated, and my guess is that he still wants to go rook a d8 or rook f d8. And ultimately, you know, White could end up with an extra pawn, but I'm having a very, very hard time believing that White has any serious chances with this kind. I mean, this pawn structure is too ugly to afford serious chances. Rook e8, knight c5, knight a5 is the computer line hitting, defending b7 and hitting c4. This probably will fizzle out into a draw. And if Magnus doesn't take on e4, well, d4 transposes into a line where, honestly, I think only black can be better. So I think Magnus, I mean, this is the big decision. Does he play d4 and potentially risk being worse, or does he take on e4 where the likeliest outcome is simplification and a draw? Interesting moment here for Magnus.
Yeah, I think Magnus for a second had a little bit this face, you know, when he's not happy, that he has a feeling his opponent has found a way to neutralize any kind of problems. But which do you think of the approaches do you think Magnus is going to go for?
There's a third move, by the way. There's rook a to b1 here, covering the b4 square and attacking b7. Now, what could happen here, there could be a trade on d3 followed by b6. And, you know, the issue is that it looks like White's pawn structure has been corrected, but that's actually deceptive. Because if you look at the pawns, this pawn can be very easily targeted with several moves, as is this pawn. I mean, black can go rook f8 and hit that pawn as well, whereas White has not succeeded in going a5 and freezing black's queen side. So this doesn't seem too enticing for me either. I mean, it's equal. I don't think White is worse here, but
and I have to say kudos to Vidit, who I think after Magnus sprung that little opening surprise, then it kind of went back into an Italian, but not the kind of gioco piano we usually see. And I think Vidit has handled all of that very well.
Yeah, and I think if the game does end in a draw, which is the likeliest outcome at this point, I think all the backseat drivers on social media are going to be criticizing Magnus for going into an endgame this quickly. And it's entirely possible that Magnus kind of thought of it schematically. He thought, okay, I'm going to pressure b7, and didn't really stop to consider concrete candidate moves. I think that rook f2, you know, Vidit was uncomfortable, and I think Magnus will be kicking himself potentially for not keeping the tension, but we'll see. I mean, there's plenty of life left in this endgame, and the game is obviously not over.
For sure. For now, let's bring back their bird's eye view as Magnus ponders his next move. And Dania, where would you like to go back to?
Jorden has gone queen f3, and Anish responded with queen c6.
So let's take a deep dive there. That's really heating up now. So queen f3, a move we had seen earlier in the first version of the exchange sack. Here also queen f3, of course, what does it do? It hits the pawn on f6. Anish responded with queen c6. Did he have any options if we go back alpha move?
No, I don't think so, because you can't afford to give up f6.
So queen c6, the only move, and now the question, what's next?
Well, my guess is he's going to go d5, queen d6, and now knight f1. And again, all the pieces come alive. We've already talked about this idea. Now, black cannot afford to waste time taking pawns, because here there's actually the move knight e3 immediately. Bishop takes d3, knight f5 with mate, or you win the queen. So, in fact, it's crucial for black to keep this bishop on a6 so that it can move back to c8. If the knight lands on f5, the game is over. And so you need to be able to play bishop c8. And you should probably go king h8 here. Knight g3, bishop c8. But the knight doesn't have to go to f5. It can also go to h5. Man, I would feel so uncomfortable here if I'm Anish. Maybe he's okay here, but it feels like this is just not his type of position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this looks horrible, and then all of the whole line was more or less forced. If Jorden goes d5 and knight f1, it doesn't look like Anish can improve anything at any turn here.
And what makes matters worse is that, again, white is not in a big hurry. It's not like if white doesn't do something in the next two moves, black is all of a sudden going to consolidate. Black isn't even close to consolidating this knight on a5, totally out of commission. And white can slowly accumulate by developing the bishop, going rook f1, and then at his leisure, taking that pawn on f6. This is very, very, this is bad. I think this is outright bad for Anish.
Yeah, and I see a few comments in the chat saying, I don't understand why Anish castled kingside rather than queenside. And then, yeah, I mean, you pointed that out at the time, and I think that's exactly where Anish's trouble started.
Well, I think he was already quite uncomfortable, and I think it's very easy to retrospectively say, well, this was a terrible decision. But again, evaluating this rook sacrifice, this exchange sacrifice accurately is actually quite difficult. So I think Anish kind of took a page out of Niels's book and did something provocative in the hopes that it would throw Jorden off, and in the hopes that Jorden wouldn't ultimately decide on the sacrifice. Because if white doesn't take on f6, then black is totally fine. So it was a provocative decision. It's understandable, and the game is very far from being over. So,
by the way,
let's wait. Oh, knight f1 immediately.
Knight f1 immediately. So.
Or no, he went d5. Sorry, he did go d5.
Yeah, that's also not what I. So it's going down the line that we were just looking at. Anish is already. I thought he was getting ready to make a move. King h8 really looks natural to get that out of trouble. That's what.
Well, either that or bishop c8, but I think he's going to go king h8. I'm 99% sure he's going to go king h8 here.
Yeah, and there he goes. King h8 is on the board. Jorden, I think knight g3 is just the natural move to continue it, and this looks so scary for Anish.
Yeah, but it would be sloppy to play knight e3, because after bishop c8, you don't have any more pathways for the knight. So it's very important to actually go to g3 rather than e3, so you have the potential to go to h5. I think we're going to see that from Jorden.
For sure, and well, maybe while we leave Jorden to it, I think knight g3 will probably be played quite quickly. Maybe we can go check in maybe with Guandelius Yesipenko. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, let's do that, and then let's go to the Caruana game. Okay, so Andre doing, I think, a really good job here of stabilizing the situation. He's gotten his rook from the b file to the e file, where it's, getting more bang for its buck. It is still x-raying the queen. And my question here is how Niels improves his position. I mean, he's got everything on nice squares, but again, this bishop on e3 is a little bit uncomfortable. I guess it's the only piece that's not ideally located, and it's hard to get this bishop active as long as the rook remains on f4. I'm not really seeing it, Fiona. I'm not seeing how Niels puts more pressure, at least superficially.
It's such a strange position because it looks nice, and then you get to that next stage of exactly the nitty-gritty of, well, what do I actually do?
Yeah, I mean, there's h4. That's an interesting idea.
Wow,
the point is that knight b6, knight g3, you attack the bishop, and then once the bishop moves back, well, here comes the h-pawn, sending the bishop further back. But, okay, but in response to h4, I don't really see why. Oh, h6, apparently the engine suggests queen h5. Oh, the point is that there's no g6 square for the bishop anymore. That's very important, because queen h5 here would run into the simple bishop g6, or here rather. So h4, very, very interesting idea, but I don't know how human that is.
I mean, it doesn't look like the kind of move you want to make in this position. You feel like, okay, my problem piece is the bishop on e3. How do I improve that? How do I untangle? So for h4 to even appear on your radar would be quite impressive.
Indeed. Yeah, h4.
No, sorry, you go ahead.
No, I agree. I think this is the kind of move that when it's made on the board, it looks, it's like, okay, you can kind of understand it, but man, oh man, it's not easy to decide on something like this.
Yeah, and Niels, if you wanted, I think h4 is really not a human move. How do you get that bishop out of that? How do you untangle? What attempts do you have to untangle, let's say?
Well, you can go bishop f2, but that move fails in this position on account of bishop g5. And there's that queen again, right? That queen causing problems for white. So that leads to the idea, well, maybe you can move your queen. Well, where can you move it? Well, you could go queen f2, but, well, now that creates more problems. Now, if you take on f8, black recaptures with tempo. And I really feel like Niels has squandered a lot of his advantage, if not all of it, by taking on f4 with the rook.
Yeah, I'm also surprised, because it was a decision that seemed to be made quite fast. We saw the position after f4, and suddenly rook f4 was already on the board, so it doesn't spend too much time there, but now maybe paying the price for that quick decision. We will come back here as well, as I was reading in the chat that Fabiano might be making some progress, so maybe we can check in there.
Yeah, it looks like Fabi has found a very, very nice setup. And if anything, his position might be for choice now. So what happened? Well, d e5, knight d7, Prague building the battery and threatening checkmate. But this knight on f8 is such a nice piece. It's very hard to get to. And it obviously prevents queen h7. Prague going knight e2. And my guess is that he's swinging the knight maybe around to h5, but Fabi immediately taking this opportunity to start expanding on the queen side and putting pressure. b5, I love that move. And the point is that if Prague continues his knight maneuver, I think Fabi's going to trade on a4, and then he's going to redeploy the bishop to a6, hyperfianchettoing, and pressuring c4. But Prague has the very interesting idea of going rook d4, saying, hey, take my pawn. I don't care. I'm going for checkmate. Look at how many pieces white has aiming at the king. So this is a very double-edged idea by Fabi. And even here, rook d4, I mean, the engine doesn't recommend it, but I would be certainly considering and trying to evaluate that. But kudos to Fabi. He makes a gutsy call, not going for the repetition, and now, choosing a position that could end up being very dangerous.
Indeed, and I mean, for Prague, maybe he also is happy. I think it is his first classical game against Fabiano. Of course, a quick draw would have been a good result, but the fact that he gets to battle it out, he has the bishop and the queen looking right down at black's king. And this position, although the engine boy says, oh, I prefer black, black might have to fend off some attack in the near future. So exciting game on the horizon here as well. We'll bring back the bird's eye view, and Danny, I'll let you choose one final game before we go on a quick break.
Whoa, Jorden went knight e3. He didn't go knight g3. That is, wow. Let's go to that game for a second. I'm not understanding why he went knight e3. Now, I will add a disclaimer. I still think that he's got a great position. I mean, Anish goes bishop c8, and Jorden could just play bishop d2. And I guess what he wants to say is that he wants to get this bishop around to h4, and then the rook to f1. And he's trying to keep his knight as centralized as possible, where it reinforces the c4 pawn. So I understand his logic. I just felt like knight g3, knight h5 looked so overwhelming that it's hard to understand why Jorden refrained from it. But he's still very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I'm also very much surprised. Bishop c8, of course, you were saying earlier, the only move to stop the knight from landing on f5. And well, we'll come back to this one for very, very interesting games still going. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll be right back here with the action from round 11.
In 2010, when I played in the C group. It was fantastic. I mean, that was really the first time for me that I played, you know, on the same stage, let's say, as all the top players, and I had them so close up, and I could just go there and watch their games and so on. And for a young boy, of course, it was fantastic. I do like to sit down with an actual chessboard and analyze things, or at least think about things. But when I use, let's say, technology or engines, I try to use the best ones, always. I think the next development we will see, this is a bit of a guess, but I think what they will try to do is, because now they are so incredibly strong and so much stronger than all the humans, but rather what they will be improving is to make them play more like a human, or make them play more similar to how the best humans play. So I think we will have a shift to the engines working in that direction rather than just pure, you know, strength improving. This year, of course, and last year was a little bit strange because of the pandemic. We don't have this vibe in the village of the, let's say, the festival. I think we still managed to keep some of that spirit alive, but of course we are hoping for, you know, back to the old ways soon.
For sure, Niels, not the only one hoping that we'll be back to the good old days soon. As we just saw him make a move in the position. Daniel, let's jump back in there.
Do it. Okay, so Niels did end up going queen f3, escaping the e file and moving on to the f file. Andre immediately responding to bishop g6. I mean, the bishop was attacked. and Niels repositioning his queen to g3. So he spent a couple of tempi trying to find the best square that he can for his queen, which I think is very logical. And the other thing that the queen accomplishes there is that it obviously pressures d6. But there is this very interesting try for black, knight b2. I mean, if you're going to keep your knight on the rim or on the queen side, you might as well squeeze something out of it. And from b2, it applies very serious pressure on the c4 pawn. And you can imagine that this knight on d2 is quite overextended. It's now charged with defending essentially the two most important points in the position, the knight on e4 and the pawn on c4. So definitely, I think Niels's advantage has evaporated. The position remains incredibly complex. All three results are possible. And a big moment here for Andre, who I think senses that Niels is slipping a little bit. Neil Grandelius. But how exactly does he proceed? Well, knight b2 is an option. Knight b6 is a similar idea, just going from the other side. That's also an option. We'll see.
What about trading rooks? Start trading, initiating some trades on the f file. Would that favor white? Because now this bishop finally...
Yeah. It would definitely favor white, largely because, yeah, the pawn on d6 is now simply attacked. You have to play this very awkward move, rook d8. Well, and now white can continue kingside shenanigans, knight g5, knight e6. That's really what the battle is revolving around. Can white tie black down to the d6 pawn, or can Andre keep his pieces as active as possible and prevent white from focusing his energies on that pawn?
Yeah, so rook f4 will definitely not be played. And I think it does make sense. Whether it's going to be knight b6 or knight b2, we will find out. But it seems like that's the only piece really right now in black's position that doesn't really do anything at all.
Yeah, and that's why I think Andre is very likely to make one of these moves. Nice, a great move, and executed quickly. I mean, he just senses that this is the moment where he can try to overtake the initiative. And I think Niels very likely just underestimated this move or simply outright missed it. He might have forgotten that his pawn on c4 is a serious target. It's isolated, it's backward, and yeah, the knight on d2 is not the most solid foundation, on which to build a house.
Yeah, and it's strange. You also somehow cannot really easily dislodge that knight from being inside deep inside your own camp.
Yeah, I mean, if you try to go rook b1, I mean, it's very clear that this move comes with tremendous problems, and I think black can even get away with knight takes c4. Knight takes c4. Now a very interesting line. Rook takes f4, queen takes f4. Looks like black has lost a piece, right? No, rook f8. Now, where is this queen going? Absolutely nowhere. It cannot keep contact with the knight. And, whoops, I didn't mean to fast forward. And one more thing in this line. Rook b1, knight takes c4, knight takes c4, rook takes f4. White has to take on f4 with the bishop. And after bishop takes e4, white has to play rook e1. The point being, if bishop takes d5, then there's knight b6. Okay, well, this doesn't look like a dangerous fork, right? But at the end of this line, bishop takes d6 happens, and the rook on e8 is hanging, and black is experiencing a lot of concrete problems. And so, in conclusion, in this position, it's very important to keep this bishop on e4 and to move the other bishop back to f8. And after knight takes d6, the position finally fizzles out. The smoke clears, and this is obviously a dead draw after bishop takes e5, even though technically black wins a pawn, but because of the opposite colored bishops, a queen trade will be inevitable. So is this going to happen? Is this exact line going to take place? It's not impossible. I mean, Niels might go rook b1, and Andre definitely will see the idea of knight takes e4. We'll see.
Yeah, and interesting stuff, but you have to feel like the momentum is shifting, and I think Niels also has to sense that, and sometimes it's not easy to give in when you feel you were better to then adapt to this a new situation as Neil staring at the position with some big eyes there. We'll see what he comes up with. Let's go back to the bird's eye view.
Okay, so we have here in the top left, we have stuff going down in the Magnus Vidit game. Let's bring everybody up to speed on what's going on. Okay, well, Magnus played d4. I mean, is this really a surprise to anybody that he's trying his best to preserve winning chances? And Vidit saying, I am not going to let you breathe. He goes f4, undermining the e3 pawn. Now, I think king f2 is a very likely move by Magnus. And this is incredibly complicated. I mean, both sides have problems with their pawn structure. Now the e4 pawn becomes a liability. And so, you know, black probably has to go rook a e8. But, you know, white can centralize the king with king e2. I kind of like this for white, believe it or not. I don't see how black makes progress, even though these pawns look very intimidating, Fiona. I mean, Vidit has to be careful not to overextend himself and to bite off more than he can chew. Maybe he already has.
I think what you're saying is the pawns, they look intimidating, but if they don't do any actual damage, then they might just be weaknesses for black. And
yeah, and I mean, white can play c3 and reinforce the pawn on d4 as well.
Yeah, and Magnus, king f2 is, once again, is not an easy move, I think, to see, especially if you're just starting out. It feels so counterintuitive to put the king into the fire, into the line of the rook on f8.
Yeah, and there's one more thing. Knight takes d4 here is extremely tempting. It looks like, oh, e3 check, fancy stuff. Believe it or not, black is much worse in this endgame. Why? Well, again, it's important not to make conclusions based on the optical sort of illusion that white's pawn structure is inferior. It's actually superior. The pawn on f4 is a very serious liability. The pawn on b7 can also be attacked, whereas if you actually look at white's pawns, they are very easy to defend. You can play c3 to defend d4, and you can play king d3 in order to defend the c4 pawn. Black's king is obviously a lot worse. It's on the king side, and it cannot cross the f-file, again, because of that very weak pawn. So I don't know what Vidit is planning against king f2, but that is such a typical Magnus move.
And your color arrow game, Danya, I have to say, absolutely on point.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling the multicolored arrows today.
If not king f2, and maybe we can have a quick look at the captures. What would happen if white either captured on f4 or on e4?
Well, let's start with knight takes e4. Knight takes e4 is a very plausible candidate move. The idea being to meet f takes c3 with c3. But here I think black has this very important resource. We've talked about this move before. Knight a5, chipping away at white's pawns from the side. And after c5, knight c4, this is unappetizing for white because the knight has anchored itself to the e3 pawn, which is now essentially impossible to win. So this is an interesting try, but ultimately not effective. And I think taking on f4 is even less effective on account of knight takes d4, and white doesn't even win a pawn. I mean, white just ruins his pawn structure. And after knight takes d4, if you want to be fancy schmancy, you could take on f4 first and then play knight e2. Knight takes f4, and it's very obvious that black has no problems here.
Yeah, and Magnus, actually, the more we look at him, and maybe if we take go on to his cam, just now, just as we go there, he has that face of, yeah, okay, well, Vidit has defended impressively, and I'm not really seeing much here. What do you read into it?
I mean, I think after king f2, Magnus is not going to be unhappy with his position. Maybe he's worried about something. Of course, he doesn't want to take any undue risk. And if he wants to draw, the easiest way to make it is probably to take on f4 after all. So this decision is really going to signify whether, what Magnus's mentality is here. What is his risk tolerance in this game? By the way, I don't know if I talked about it. c3 is also a possibility.
c3 also a possibility.
Oh, no, we did talk about it.
Yeah, no,
It's
we
this line.
we did talk about this indeed. One of the things I'm quite impressed with, I thought when we saw the opening surprise prong by Magnus, I thought this is going to be a tough game for Vidit on the clock. He immediately started investing time for move 2. But after that, he's done a really great job to not let that time advantage get out of control. And now the player is almost very close to being equal on the clock.
For sure. Yeah, they're down to Magnus down to 31 minutes. If he spends another 5 minutes on this move, then the time situation is going to be equal. And man, 25 minutes for 20 moves. So this is another potential time scramble in the making, assuming that the end game remains complex.
And I think really for Magnus, what he needs to decide is, I think he sees a couple of these lines that could just fizzle out very quickly. And of course, he can sort of make a draw here if he wants it. And I think what he really needs to debate is, am I taking any risk is King F2? Is there any line there where I could be in trouble? Because with the new tournament situation, with Daniil Dubov being out, Magnus getting a free point on the last day, a win today would be fantastic, but even a draw gets him that little step closer to his ultimate goal, which is winning this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be too happy with a draw with White. And I think what he's really trying to evaluate is the move night before. This is definitely the most testing. And, you know, the issue for White is that after Rook FC1, what I'm having a hard time understanding is, okay, let's say Black starts with the move A5 just to select. Oh, but now I can play E takes F4 and swing the king over to E3. And the thing is, if Black plays Rook AE8, then I think White should take the opportunity to play A5 and, you know, prevent this knight from being defended by the A pawn. Because if you don't do that, if you go, let's say King E2, and then Black goes A5, you're never going to make progress with White. I guess the developer, once again, is proposing E takes F4. My point was just that C3 is always met with Knight D3, and otherwise it's difficult to make progress. So these kinds of things have to be properly evaluated, and I think this is what Magnus is dedicating the majority of his thinking time to.
What are you expecting? Are you expecting King F2?
Yes, I'm fully expecting King F2.
So we will see as Magnus drops below half an hour. We'll come back here. Let's go back to the overview.
Okay, well, we have Magnus on our top left thinking about what to do after F4. And we see Jorden indeed going bishop D2, bishop B1. So that was his idea. His idea was actually not to use the knight to attack F6, but rather to use the bishop and the B1 rook. This also looks like a very reasonable approach. And Anish still in a good deal of trouble.
Then we see that in the Niels game, nothing has happened. He is still thinking after knight B2. And Pragnananda against Fabiano, things have changed a little bit there. Do you want to take a closer look?
Yeah, for sure. And I think things are changing in Fabi's favor. Prague's position has really deteriorated here, Fiona. He's done something very strange. I really dislike his move knight. I mean, in this position, we were discussing knight g3. And, you know, insofar as one could offer a criticism of Prague's play this tournament, it does seem like in situations where he had an opportunity to go for the attack, you might be thinking about knight g5 in particular against Magnus. And now against Fabi, knight g3 with a potential rook lift. That looks really dangerous for Black, really dangerous. But instead, he goes completely the opposite direction. He goes to d4. Well, and Fabi says, all right, thank you very much. DC, BC. Now he takes the A pawn. He forces the queen to move away from the battery. And now he solidifies and anchors the bishop with C5. And he opens up his other bishop. And guess who might be attacking? It could be Black, who ends up attacking White's kingside. The knight doesn't have any good squares. I mean, I guess knight e2 makes sense. But among other things, Fabi could work on both sides of the board. He can play bishop C2, bishop C6 rather, followed by A4, driving this pawn all the way down to A3. White is worse. And I think Prague has completely lost the thread of the game here.
And I think you really hit the nail on the head with Prague not taking his chances when they are being offered to maybe go on the attack himself. And we saw for example, in the game against Magnus, how quickly that backfired when he didn't take his chance. And here, it could be more of the same, as suddenly we see with every move the bar dropping further and further down into Black's camp.
Well, and it makes sense. I mean, White no longer has an attack. Black's pieces are excellently placed, and a great decision in retrospect by Fabi to decline the repetition. He can also play rook e to d8. This is the top recommendation right now, contesting the d file. And I guess it makes sense because there's no real hurry to go bishop c6. But I don't know if Fabi will be able to refrain from the temptation to play bishop c6 followed by a4. In either case, he's better in both positions. And yeah, just a rough going here for Pragg, who's also down to 20 minutes for 14 moves.
Yeah, it was just my eye just went there. So we are just over an hour away from the first time control, but trouble brewing here for Pragg on the board and on the clock. Will come back. Do you want to jump to another game straight away or bring back the bird's eye view to see what's happening?
Yeah, briefly, we can bring the view. And Grandelius is continuing to contemplate what to do after knight b2. We will not get, well, we'll get to that game when he makes a decision. But for now, let's go to Jordan's game. Let's see and look under the magnifying glass and see how good his idea is. I actually think his idea is probably as good as knight g3. I stand corrected. Initially, I was critical of knight e3, but now that I've noticed this idea of staircasing the bishop to h4 and then hitting the f-pawn where it hurts, Black is still in big trouble. And look at Giri's time situation.
I was just gonna, yeah, I think both are going there again at the same time. For Anish, it's even bigger trouble. I think he is clearly the one under pressure. Jorden has just sacrificed an exchange on f6 if you're just joining us. And he is putting the squeeze on with that bishop. Maybe we can just go back a couple of moves to where we left it off after knight e3. So what Daniel is saying, we were expecting the knight to jump to g3 and for the knight to join the attack, but Jorden choosing another approach which looks, as you said, no less dangerous.
Yeah, bishop d2 and now bishop e1. And okay, rook is probably going to come to g6. The bishop is going to swing to h4. And the question that I have for Jorden here is after rook f1, king g7, Black is holding on for dear life. I mean, obviously Black is barely holding on, but how exactly is White going to make progress in this position? Yeah, you've got this massive pressure on f6, but what are you going to do to follow up on that? And I'm having a hard time with that. So, of course, Jorden, maybe he has an idea here. Maybe he just decided I'm going to get to this position, and intuitively he figured that he must have something. But I don't know exactly what it is.
My first question is that bishop on d3 right now doesn't seem to be doing much at all. I would love to get that like to h5 or just somewhere closer to the enemy king, basically.
No, for sure. Bishop e2 actually I think is a great move. And then queen f2. And you're right on the money. Bishop h5 or even in some situations, bishop g4 could be possible. And the other thing that what makes this so nasty for Black is that Black has no counterplay. Black is totally tied down. These queenside pawns are freezing any potential attempt at counterplay. And man, oh man, Giri definitely wants something more active than this, but he's not finding anything. And he's now down to 13.5 minutes.
Yeah, and also one of the nice things for Jorden is he can afford something which you said a while ago. He doesn't need to immediately find a mating attack because Anish's piece is also struggling. It's not possible at the moment for Black to organize a counter strike anywhere. That knight on a5 really doing nothing except for looking down at the pawn on c4. Can Black try and get some counterplay on the queen side by looking for some a6, b5, or how does Black react while White is maneuvering his pieces?
Yeah, Black can try it, but this might have more harm than good, and there might just not be time. Bishop h4, rook g6. So again, you could have this situation. I mean, the computer once again proposes this idea of queen f2, bishop e2, and then bishop h5, piling on the pressure even further. And even if black plays bishop d7, okay, you could throw in rook f1. We were, of course, analyzing a very similar position. Okay, if black plays b5, congratulations. I mean, what exactly does black accomplish? In fact, Fiona, there is even the tactic bishop takes b5. And this is what I meant. This could actually contain more harm than good. It does. So as long as the king is on g7, these forking ideas are always going to prevent the bishop on d7 from doing anything other than staring at the f5 square as a passive spectator. And there goes rook g6. Anish finally making a move.
You have convinced me. I'm a6 b5 not gonna happen. But then my same question after bishop h4. What are the moves that you make as black to try and either prepare for the white attack or?
Yeah, you got to play bishop d7. I think you got to go for this. You just have, you can't give up f6. That's out of the question. And
so let's say bishop e2, and then how do you continue? The rook from a8 joins the game, or?
Well, there's a crazy engine move, knight b3. And when you look at it carefully, it's not so crazy. Black wants to go knight d2, and this move is very hard to stop. If you move the queen away, knight d2 is still really annoying because white loses the e4 pawn. So with that in mind, bishop c2 is a very deep prophylactic move. So on the one hand, it accomplishes white's aim. White wants to play bishop d1 and get the bishop to h5. But first, you're preventing the knight from reaching b3. So this might be a more circumspect option for white, just to rule out any counterplay. And for black, he just has to move back and forth. I mean, rook g8, rook h8. No other pieces are capable of moving, Fiona. This is among the most depressing situations that you could possibly have, not to mention the time pressure.
Yeah, I mean, what a tough situation Anish finds himself in right now. Jorden, he is super focused. He senses that this position is very promising. But also, I think if you're not as white, it's easy to make some moves and suddenly the pressure is relinquished. You really have to play quite energetically. I love how deep that bishop c2 move is, covering b3 first. Jorden playing the move we expected, bishop h4.
Yeah, this is going to happen. Bishop d7, I think, and we're going to see that position on the board.
Yeah.
Rook h6.
No.
Oh. No, but queen f2 now. That move I don't really understand. I mean, queen f2 supports the bishop, and then, I mean, I guess it doesn't really
But look at Jorden. He also looks very surprised to see rook h6 on the board.
But here's the thing, like in this position, Fiona, again, this move bishop e2, and the secondary point of this move is to bring the bishop to g4. What does that accomplish? Well, if the light squared bishops are traded, black can resign. Because the knight is going to forcibly reach f5, or it's going to take f6. And since black has no healthy moves, this could just end up being completely lost. I mean, my goodness, I think Anish is losing control of the game.
Is rook h6 basically just losing a tempo?
I think it is. I think Anish might have just overlooked the move queen f2. Now, his idea might have been to induce queen g3, or if you can get white to play g3, yeah, that's a very weakening move. But I think Jorden is going to go queen f2, and he's going to thank him for it.
Yeah, Jorden, as soon as rook h6 was played, he immediately had that look on his face of like, what? And I think he's just going to double check, because you never expect your opponents to give you that kind of opportunity. So I think Jorden is just going to make sure that there's no hidden traps here and play queen f2.
Yeah. And we will keep an eye on this, but Anish in dire straits. This is a huge game for the tournament standings. I mean, if Jorden wins it, I wouldn't say that Magnus wins the tournament. Magnus's game, by the way, very likely to end in a draw. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. I'm quite surprised with Magnus. He has decided against king f2, instead going for the bailout option, rook takes f4. Let's have a look at how that endgame is unfolding. But this game is going to end in a draw with 99% certainty, Fiona. As Magnus, he takes on f4 in this position with the rook. And we talked about this line, knight takes d4, knight takes d4. Vidit collecting the f4 pawn, and yeah.
Yeah, and then there not being very much left to play for here. I mean, I'm not ruling out, Danya, that Magnus walked around the playing hall, saw Jorden is in a very good position against Anish, and decided, okay, with Anish very likely not going to win, mostly this is a result, a game for 2 results, that a draw for him is a good result, and not willing to take any kind of risks at all. But
well said, and that's totally understandable. And I would also add that after b6, c5, if anybody has to be careful, it is black. Magnus has won these types of positions before. It's not out of the question that Vidit is short on time. And what's the problem here? Well, the problem is that if you take on c5, look at this a6 pawn. That's a big weakness. The pawn on a4, on the other hand, is not a target at all. It can't be attacked. And White's got control of the b file. So it looks like Black has to find this very accurate move, b5. This is what Magnus makes you do. He makes you find these moves. And the point is that after a takes b5, a takes b5, rook takes b5, rook a4. Not obvious at all. Chasing the knight, and the knight just doesn't have any good squares. If you move to c3, you allow rook c4. If you move to d2, then the rook comes to a2 and takes the pawn on c2. And if you defend the knight with your king, then there's a tactical knight takes g2. But I don't know if Vidit is going to spot this idea.
This line is the detail, I guess. Why not? Because I was wondering, why not start with rook a2, but then in that line after king f3, there's no knight g2. Is that the difference?
That is the difference. And 96 is nicely met with c3, guarding the d4 pawn. And yeah, probably this is still a draw after king f7. Black essentially has a fortress, but Magnus can torture Vidit here for hours, essentially. So it's not over yet, and I totally understand why Magnus went for this. And like you said, I think he checked out Jordan's game, and he said, hey, this is an option where I'm not risking at all, and I still have a little bit of pressure. Why the heck not?
Exactly. And well, we'll see if Vidit can find the most precise defense here. Dania, we're going to take a quick break, but the time control is coming up in just an hour, so things heating up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I grew up analyzing with a board, but things are very different now. Most of the analysis is done on the computer.
Most of the time I work with computer, with engines.
AI and its legacy will be answered in the future.
The engines are so much stronger than humans that you tend to believe what they say.
Change the game, the way we see the game very differently.
I sometimes think over the board and try to find human ideas, and also use computer as well.
I think I'm more scared in terms of the future of chess of computers just processing faster, and then if they become a little bit stronger. I worry that one day chess can be weakly solved.
If I don't use technology, I'll be just lagging behind against all my colleagues, because you have to use it, kind of.
Luckily, I still think that day is very, very far away, and I think it will be after I'm retired many, many years in the future.
Solving chess is way, way out there, and frankly, I hope that it won't be in a very, very long time.
AI generally brought a lot of new ideas, and a lot of things maybe people would have discovered eventually, but just made it much, much quicker. You want to learn from the best, and currently the best is simply the machines, not the humans. Yeah, we lost this battle.
Welcome back to round 11 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Dania, Jorden and Anish are going down the line we were looking at before the break, but things seem to be going downhill very quickly for Anish.
Yeah, they are, and Jorden really needs to find one more impressive move. After bishop h5, rook h6, well, there's a but I think just bishop g4 ends the game. I think bishop g4 ends the game. He's gone h3. I don't like that move. I think that bishop h5 won on the spot. Rook h6, bishop g4. I really don't understand why he didn't go for this. I mean, I think h3 doesn't really spoil anything. The point is he's trying to create an anchor point on g4. I just don't think that's necessary. I mean, bishop g4, knight g4 is just destruction. And this move, knight takes c4, saying, okay, I'm going to distract this knight from the bishop. Well, there's one very small problem, and that is that your queen is going to hang at the end of the line. So h3 by Jorden. This does give an issue tempo, and I think he could use this tempo to go rook g. Just a very small problem. He could use this tempo to go rook g8 and try to escape via f8. It's still lost, no question about it. But maybe a tiny inaccuracy committed by Jorden still shouldn't change the outcome of the game.
And we see... Yeah, Anish?
No.
He was hovering. I think it was about rook g8 was about to be played, then dropping back the hand. And the reminder, if you're just joining us now, only 11 minutes on the clock for Anish. We're on move 27, so 14 moves still to make for Anish.
Yeah, I mean, massive time pressure as well as a lost position.
Bishop takes h3, Dania.
No, but now what if bishop h5? Yeah, no, bishop h5 is I think just game over. Bishop h5, rook h6, g takes h3, rook takes h5. You take on f6. I mean, look at this position. I think even the very simple move king h2 ends the game, because now black's king simply cannot escape, and white's going to go rook g1. And again, this is the whole point, Fiona, of this entire attacking sequence. It's that white is in no hurry. It's not like if white doesn't mate on the next move, black's going to do something. What makes this so depressing is that black has no counterplay, and Jorden can take all the time in the world to set up this mating net. He's playing totally risk-free, and I think after bishop h5, this is pure desperation for Anish, and Jorden just needs to find one or two more accurate moves to score an incredibly impressive victory if he can carry this through all the way home.
I mean, anyway, Jorden was the one who went h3, and we should have actually looked at that move, but for sure, if you play h3 as white, giving your opponent the chance to take on h3, he had a follow-up in mind, and it is on the board, bishop h5.
Yeah, we might see a resignation very, very shortly here for Anish. The other thing is, if he moves his bishop back to d7, then obviously, well, there's bishop g6, fg, bishop takes f6, and this is total and utter devastation after queen h4. Anish, yeah, I think he's going down this line, but, the combination of threats against the king combined with the weakness of the e5 pawn is too much to bear for black. And bishop d7 has been played.
And now bishop g6, basically, I think what you're saying is the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple more accurate moves are necessary for Jorden. I'm sure there's multiple ways to win. And, if we look at it a little bit more concretely, so takes, bishop takes f6, king g8, queen g3, rook e8, all of this is forced. And yeah, just driving, nope, that is not forced. Driving the queen into g5. Okay, let's say black plays knight b7, and now knight f5, I think, ends the game, because the knight heading for h6, forcing the capture, and that's it. Black's king turns into dust here. One of those types of sequences is the likeliest to occur. And Jorden taking his time, but he's going to take the rook.
He has just captured on g6, indeed, and this is going to be, of course, a very hard blow for Anish. Not just losing this game against his compatriot Jorden, there's always a special flavor to it, but especially with the new tournament situation, the fact that Magnus will get a walkover point in the last round. And if Jorden keeps his cool here and converts this against Anish, I think Anish's hopes of winning the tournament are sadly over.
Yeah, this is a tremendous game by Jorden. And really the opening choice I've been very, very impressed by. It's really gutsy to play something that isn't fashionable against an opening maverick like Anish, and to do so and just completely outplay him. Anish going for the traditional setup, but he just failed to get the engine started on the queen side. He didn't really get to that pawn on c4, and then castling short was a very provocative. It was a bold move, but Jorden rook takes f6, not an easy move to play, but he goes through with it, and barring a miracle, this will be a very impressive display by Jorden, who once again is putting together a very, very nice performance in this tournament. He's beat Vidit, and now he's going to beat Giri.
Yeah, and I'm just double checking what I was saying earlier. So I was wrong. Anish has not made 2 but 3 draws, but 3 out of 10 ain't much, and it's soon to be 3 out of 11.
Wow. Well, he's a new man. What can we say?
For sure. And here you're suggesting, I think, Queen H4 or
Queen H4, Queen G3. I think ultimately the idea is the same. You want to put the queen on G5 and then play knight F5. Now, the problem with going knight F5 immediately is that black takes, bishop takes F5. And you definitely want to take with the pawn here. You can't because the bishop hangs. So all you want to do is reinforce the bishop one more time. And then essentially you can pre-move knight F5. Black might have to move the rook away from E8 to prevent that from happening. But of course, that gives up this all-important E5 pawn. And just look at these 2 connected passers. They're going to tear black limb from limb once the E pawn starts moving forward. So Jorden knows that, he needs one more accurate move, and he has plenty of time on the clock as well. Great time management on top of everything else by Jorden.
For sure. I mean, you already just explained us how impressive Jorden's effort today is straight from the opening. And Anish, he also looking, it's not the usual focus. He kind of knows that this one is gone. And yeah, just for him, a tough day. While I'm being informed, Dania, that Fabiano has also, I mean, he was already taking over when we left it, but he is closing in already on the full point.
Wow. Well, let's swing over. Oh my goodness, a blunder by Prague. A blunder by Prague. Prague has blundered a piece. Fabiano can win this game right now. Oh my lands. Look at this. Look at this. Bishop takes c3. You can't take with the queen. Bishop takes c3 and bishop e4.
Oh my goodness.
Good. Well, and he doesn't win a piece. He doesn't win a piece, but he does win the game. Queen c1. I apologize. False advertising. I thought queen b3 was forced, and then Fabi plays a4, and he does win the piece. Yeah, Prague can go queen c1, but here's the thing. Takes a4. Look at this pawn. That pawn is just going to be completely unstoppable in the long run. Fabi's going to put his queen on a8. He's going to send that pawn forward. And at the right moment, the knight is going to emerge from d7 and win the pawn on c4. This is a completely winning endgame for black. And it's up to Fabi to evaluate it correctly. But if he does, he is going to carry home the full point.
So not a piece, but that a-pawn deciding the game instead. Fabiano still has 27 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to figure it out. If he takes on c3, this game is pretty much over. Let's leave him calculated. Let's go back to the Jorden game against Anish. See if Jorden has gone queen h4. And now, well, for Anish, just there's basically nothing, like none of the moves we looked at even caused some problems.
Yeah,
you only need to be careful about this knight f5, not to play that prematurely, but that is the last.
The other thing Jorden might be going for here is bishop e7. And basically the point is, well, you could take with either piece, and then you could swoop in with queen f6, followed by d6. I mean, anything wins for white. It's really, really difficult to squander this at this point. I think Giri might even resign in this position. there's essentially nothing to play for because there aren't any tricks here.
Yeah, and my guess is he will fight today, especially more so than maybe other rounds where this might be his last chances in this event. Let's see very quickly, while Anish thinks about this, what's happening in the Magnus game. Has Vidit found this b6, b5 maneuver we were talking about? Oh, what's going on?
Well, things are actually, believe it or not, kind of heating up in that game. Vidit, first of all, has 10 minutes for 12 moves. Second of all, Magnus has found a phenomenal practical chance. So Vidit, in this critical position, he went rook f8. Magnus trades on b6. Now, he can't take twice because of knight d5 check. But he plays c4, essentially preventing b5 and saying that, okay, you don't really have any effective discovered checks. Vidit does give a discover check on d5, and after king e2, Vidit is thinking, here's what Magnus wants to do. After knight f4 check, I think Magnus actually might be playing for a win with king e3. After knight takes g2, king d4, if Vidit loses the b6 pawn, he could lose this game in 2 moves. That c pawn is a monster. Somehow Magnus is causing significant problems for Vidit, who's down to his last 10 minutes for over 10 moves.
And I mean, this is really vintage Magnus. It's so incredible. We thought that Vidit had done most of the hard work at the moment when Magnus, when he took on f4, for a second we thought he's going for the line that is just going to lead to a draw without too much action. But no, it's never the end with Magnus. You've never done enough. And yeah, here for Vidit, he is far from being in in dry. In dry sheets or something. I think I'm missing.
Yeah, I'm not very good with Oh, there's another idea. What about rook e8 here? Maybe rook e8 is the key. And my idea was, if king d3, I want to play rook takes e4. C takes d5, rook takes a4. Okay, white's gonna push. Oh, but there's a problem. King f7. White cuts off the king with the rook e1. Uh-oh, and now d7 is a massive threat. Rook a5, trying to go to d5. No, that's prevented by white's king. This might be losing. I mean, the king can walk over to c6 and then support the pawn.
I mean, how
not
do you
something
stop
you want to go
for.
for.
Can we go back to that final position? How do you as black stop that pawn at all? You have to get behind, or?
You have to get behind it, rook a2, and then white will take this opportunity to get this king deep into black's territory. Now, the problem in such positions for white is that it's actually not so easy to promote this pawn, because black has this idea of constantly checking and then returning to d2, and ultimately white might be forced to step in front of the pawn with the king. But white is under no obligation to rush with d7, and Vidit has made a move, and that move is
rook e8.
Rook e8. He has played it. Magnus immediately taking the knight. This might this is going to transpose, and we're going to go down this line.
And this line looks very, very scary for black, no?
Extremely. It might be a draw by the narrowest of margins, but it is very clear that Vidit has already done something wrong, and he is hanging by a thread here in that resulting endgame. Let's watch. King d3. Vidit, I assume, has to take on a4.
Yeah, I see that our engine is suggesting rook f4, which I cannot make sense of at all. Why wouldn't you take on a4? Is the engine deeming already that the rook on a4 is just too badly placed to deal with the d pawn, or what's going on?
I think the point is that you're inducing rook takes b6, and now you're going to play rook takes a4.
Okay.
And the thing is, after d6, king f7, white's in the previous line, white's rook could go to e1 here. As it stands, black's king is able to catch up to the pawn. But the thing is, after rook f4, white doesn't have to take and play the move g3 and force this rook to commit to a spot. If the rook takes the kingside pawns, then again, you're able to go d6, king d5, etc. I think Vidit senses the moment. He is taking his time here, but he's leaving himself with absolutely no time for the last 10 moves. No, Magnus is just, he's a wizard. He's a magician. It's crazy how he does this all the time.
And I mean, how quickly it happened. Like, we looked at this possession, 5-6 moves ago, with the tension in the center, and I thought, okay, he's seen Anish is in trouble. A draw is a good result. A couple of natural moves are played, and suddenly, I guess both of us feel like Magnus is a huge favorite to win this game.
And that's exactly what he does. I mean, he lulls even the strongest opponents into a false sense of security, into a sense that, okay, Magnus has really given up hopes of winning the game. And his ability to create trouble, even in the most symmetrical looking positions, what was deceptive about that was how symmetrical it was. It was knight, rook, and 4 versus knight, rook, and 4. But obviously, there was that weak pawn on b6, and everything revolves around that pawn as Vidit is down to 6.5 minutes. My guess is he might play rook f4. He might spot that idea. But if he survives this with this amount of time, that would be just miraculous at this point.
Yeah, and you've got to feel for Vidit, who was one of the earliest leaders in the tournament. He had such a great event, and then 2 days ago we saw really he lost that marathon battle against Prague, where he was fighting so fiercely for so long, but then it wasn't quite enough. And today, suddenly, we see as well there with the close-up of Vidit head in hands, and he might have another very, very unpleasant defensive task ahead of him, and another rook ending.
Indeed, this would be a very, very painful loss. We also see Fabiano. He has gone for the line that we outlined, and he again, barring something crazy, he should be able to win the game, and that would be a huge result for Fabi. A big bounce back win after his disappointing loss to Report in the previous round. We also
can I just say that I think I would be in a way happy to see Fabiano get that big win as Black, get his spirits up ahead of what will be Magnus's last game of the tournament tomorrow. He will be playing Black against Fabiano, so still a big matchup to look forward to.
Indeed, and Fabi is going to pull out all the stops. He's going to do his best, especially if he wins today. He's going to have the white pieces, and that will be one to watch. Jorden, by the way, playing a really nice move, an alternative to what we were discussing.
And Vidit hasn't gone rook f4, but taken on a4. But yeah, let's start with Jorden, and then maybe we can go back to Carlsen.
He's just played queen g5. The point of rook f3, just to put the rook on a defensive on a square where it's protected. The pawn on e5 is about to fall, and with it, the whole position topples over. The e5 passer rumbles down the board. I don't see a single chance here for Anish.
Yeah, and I mean, I see that our engine says the best move is knight b3, but even knight b3 doesn't even create any kind of...
Well, this is the idea, actually. It does, because the point is now, like, the bishop can move, and it actually should move, but there are some concrete difficulties here remaining to solve. The engine line is bishop f6, queen takes e4, and now back to e5. I always love this motif. And the point is rook takes f3, gf is forced, and Black is unable to prevent the queen from infiltrating to d8. Let's see what Anish did.
Queen f8.
He has played queen f8, yeah. That's a nice move, piling up on the bishop. And what if bishop takes e5? I guess here, yeah, I think bishop e5 is the winning move, because you can't play queen takes f3. Queen d8 checkmates. I think this is what's going to happen.
Yeah,
Jorden takes on the queen, though.
Oh, queen takes.
I don't know. Now knight b7? I mean, still completely winning. Because the queen's just going to move back and then send the e-pawn forward. No,
I like that knight b7 is on the board, but I love your suggestion of just getting the queen out of the way and then using those
f4.
Central pawns.
Queen f4, and I think Anish is going to resign if Jorden plays queen f4, and he is. There's very little to...
I think so too, especially after the speed with which he took on e5 with the queen, because both moves, I think, were very tempting. Both moves were winning. queen captures and bishop captures, but I think if you capture so quickly with the queen, you surely have a follow-up in mind already.
Yeah, and the reason you actually don't want to play queen g5 here, which may seem more natural, is because after knight d6, the e4 square is hanging. Like e5 allows knight e4. You don't want to do that. And so in this case, you actually do want to pin yourself. Knight d6, e5, knight e8. And, you know, the funny idea here is to send the g-pawn up the board to reinforce the bishop so that you can then play e6. I mean, this is all child's play for Jorden. These are all very, very easy, you know, kind of one-move ideas. And he's just making sure that he doesn't do anything to squander this excellent game that he's played.
Yeah, I think I saw a couple of hours ago someone said, could this be Jordan's Immortal? I think it's definitely going to rank up there with some of the best games he's played.
Yeah, this was such a smooth one. Rook takes f6, incredibly textbook thematic sacrifice. Always nice to win a game with this kind of purity, right? That's a pure, traditional, old school sacrifice followed up by an exquisitely connected attack. And he just needs one or two accurate moves. He's got 20 minutes remaining. And, you know, all of these players are so patient. None of them, you know, play impulsively. And that's always refreshing to see. And, you know, the younger generation can definitely learn something from that.
For sure. And Jorden, he is not going to rush, but queen f4 followed by the advance of d-pawn. And it looks like there will be no hope for black. Maybe we have time for a second to bring back the overview while Jorden is pondering.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus and Vidit are going down the line that we outlined. Rook e1 has just been played, cutting off the king. So Vidit already hanging by a single thread. That's over on your top left. Jorden, as we just discussed, is putting the finishing touches on his win against Anish. And Grandelius Esipenko, it's been a while since we looked at that. That's been a pretty insipid game, actually. Once it's stabilized, I think the position there is very even. We have opposite colored bishops. Shall we check into that game really
do
briefly?
it very quickly, and I'm sure our producer Vic will keep a close eye on especially Jorden against Anish, which very likely is the first game to end here. But let's catch up with Niels and Andre.
Yeah, so after knight b2, Niels played knight g5. I really like that move, heading for e6. And, you know, because of that threat, Andre decided to capture the knight. But the danger of giving up the dark squared bishop is that d6 becomes even more of a concerning target, especially if the bishop returns to f4. Knight d3, rook f3, knight e5, rook a3, Niels swinging his rook hither and thither, queen b7, and now, after rook b3, queen c7, he drops the bishop back to f4. No, I think white is slightly better, actually. I think on second thought, I agree with the eval bar. I think white is slightly better, and the reason why is that Niels might follow this up with rook e3. In fact, rook e3 is a very powerful positional threat, and black should probably go knight f7 preemptively as a way of taking the sting out of the move rook e3. But obviously, with the pressure on d6 as powerful as it is, black really doesn't have any play, and Niels has a lot of ways he can improve his position. Like he can play king h2, he can get his knight around to f3. Andre needs to be very careful here, as he has gone queen a5, going for active defense.
Queen a5, so putting, attacking the pawn on a2, which I guess we have to do something about. That's not a pawn we can afford to lose.
Yep, that is not a pawn. I mean, rook a3 would repeat the position, I think. Or no, it technically wouldn't. I mean, the rook has come from a3. But after rook a3, the queen would swing over to b4, and I feel like Niels has to go back to b3. So maybe you want to play pawn a3. Maybe that's the way to play. But Niels now down to 7 minutes, so I'm sure he's also enticed by the possibility of repetition. We'll see.
He's about to make a move, so let's say no, none of the two moves instead.
None of them? Whoa.
Queen c3.
Offering the queen trade. And that's a really interesting one. What Niels is saying is that even in the end game, the weakness of d6 is going to be concerning. It's important not to fall into the illusion that black is better because he's got the nicer knight. That knight on e5 can be captured at any moment, And it's not a safe knight at all. White can keep pressuring it in many different ways. So,
And
yeah,
sorry,
the endgame is unpleasant.
Bigfoot is distracting us here.
That's a hilarious image.
It is a
Although,
hilarious
Anish-
image. Unfortunately, it's nowhere near as much fun for Anish.
Right.
Maybe we can quickly, and then we'll come back to this and have a closer look at Queen C3. But was it Anish's move in this moment, as we see that Andre not interested in the queen trade, dropping the queen back? I don't know where to go. Shall we stay here? Should we?
Let's go to Anish's game. I mean, Jorden has been taking a very long time here, contemplating what I thought he would play almost instantly, the move Queen F4. As we look at our bird's eye view, yeah, let's stick to our
And
bird's eye view.
Magnus will have to go back there as well.
We're pulled in all different directions. Fabi, by the way, as we have discussed, he went for that line, but he has to play accurately in order to convert that past a pawn into a win. Let's go to Magnus's game, actually. I feel like we need to figure out whether that's actually winning or drawn. And this is obviously the most important game of the tournament right now. So this is the position on the board. Now, again, White does not want to rush d7. This would actually be a terrible idea because Black gives the check and the king has nowhere to go. Rook d2, and eventually the king will have to walk to d8, which is counterproductive. So it's important to keep the pawn on d6 in order to give the king shelter on d7. The engine proposing rook e7 check, king f6, and now the move rook back to e4. Now, what is the idea? Oh, so let's say Black drops back to f7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now White plays d7. White goes down this line, boom, boom, boom. Oh, and I get it. So here's the point of putting the rook on e4. If Black just plays a5, then White plays rook f4 check and king e8. And by the way, it's not a given that this position is an easy win, but I think it should be. And I feel like White's king is going to end up close enough to the pawns to restrain them by one tempo. But this has to be calculated very carefully by Magnus.
Magnus, who is just about to make a move.
And
He's
it's d7.
done
He has
d7.
played d7. Oh, well, okay. He's going for ultimately the same position. Rook c2 check, king b7, rook d2, king c7, rook c2 check, king d8. This will happen on the board. Now Vidit will have to push his pawns. What Vidit has to say is, yes, I'm going to allow Magnus to promote, but I'm going to bank on my past pawns to provide me with enough counterplay. Rook f1 check. And if king e6, king e8, rook d8, Magnus could throw in a rook e1 check in order to get this king as far away as possible from these past pawns so that the king can't support them. And I think Magnus has calculated this line and decided that he is winning here, that the pawns are not going to be able to advance very far.
In this line, there was something better than king e6, right? Or that's when the bar
There was
sort of...
apparently king g6 is a much superior move, but let's wait until this happens and then we'll delve into why that's the case. I'm not sure that I trust the eval bar here.
Yeah, it's tough to say because the bar that you're just referencing, it plummeted all the way. I had a quick look at the chat. All I could see is Magnus blunder,
and of course, Magnus blunder. Right, of course. No, but I understand why Magnus understands that he can promote the pawn. So I'm not understanding why this is a blunder just yet.
Could it be that, could it have anything to do with that here the black pawns were somehow faster in that endgame? No. Surely not.
Well, let's have a look. So this has all happened. This is move 38. So Vidit is going to make time control. And now probably rook d2 or before or the immediate before. Okay, so let's say before happens. Check. King g. Oh, I see what the problem is. Now if king e7, there's rook e2 check. There is rook e2 check. And this is the whole point. When the king was on e6, you didn't have access to the E file, and now you have this issue, right? Rook comes back to D2, and White can't really make progress. Oh my goodness. This is, if that is in fact the case, and if this is actually just a draw, then that was a massive oversight by Magnus, who just played too quickly.
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask you, do you think Magnus played D7 too quickly, which apparently we are getting confirmation that that was indeed a blunder.
It's a blunder. It was a blunder, and who am I
The
to
chat
criticize
was
Magnus,
right
but
all along, Dania.
the chat was, as always, and normally I don't like to criticize Magnus, but in this case I will. I mean, he definitely, I think he just got excited. He was in the moment. He was feeling it. He was very confident. And I think there was a detail here that he overlooked. It might be that he just forgot the king could step aside to g6. Maybe he only considered, because king e6 is the natural way to play, right? Advancing toward the pawn. And it's so easy to forget that the king can move away from the pawn and leave the rook this extra space to give that crucial check to the king. As Vidit, taking his time on this very important 39th move, it appears that b4 is the surest pathway to a draw.
And Vidit, you can almost tell a difference in body language from the last time we checked in here. He is getting a second chance. Let's see if he can find this crucial, I think, b4, but then king g6 is where the game will be decided. Shall we see if there's been any update in Jorden against Anish or in Prague against Fabiano?
Yeah, there has been an update in Jordan's game. Again, we're expecting resignation any moment. Jordan converting it exquisitely. He has gone queen f4. And then he just pushed the E and D pawns all the way through. That's up on your top left there. Let's get to that game. D6 has just been played by Jordan. What is the point of that move? The point of that move is to vacate the D5 square for the knight. And you can see where that knight is going. Anish has to take on f6 and probably play bishop c6 to prevent knight d5. But guess what? Knight d5 might be prevented, but knight g4 is not. And you could play this move even though the rook is hanging, because after knight h6 check, knight takes f7 check. The most beautiful and fastest win is, look at this move, d7. Beautiful. Queen d7, queen b8 with a back rank checkmate.
That's a stunning finish.
But very, very nice, for sure.
Yeah.
And the game is over. The game is simply over.
We still haven't made, for anyone wondering, we are on move 30. Well, this was move 37, so Anish still has four moves to make, but this is over now, but also not too much more time for Anish to... sometimes I think, I was going to say not to think about it, but sometimes they just sit and think about what could have been. As we see a result, didn't see that one coming. A draw agreed between Niels Grandelius and Andrei Esipenko.
A draw agreed. Okay, some time pressure, but okay. I mean, Niels didn't want to, Niels didn't want to press his luck here with 4 minutes for 4 moves. Completely understandable decision. Completely understandable, because ultimately White might be slightly better due to the pawn on d6, but Andrei has a lot of piece activity, and it's very easy to lose control of the game in time pressure. Niels with a solid draw, and yeah, totally understandable. Oh, they actually went for the repetition. It was actually not an offer. They repeated moves in a very weird way. Queen d8, heading for h4. Niels stopping that. Well, queen goes to the other side. Queen going to h4, back to g3, and a very unique repetition. Another game in the books. This might be a quick round, because Prague,
I was just going to say that. Let's bring back.
Are on the verge of ending.
And we see that Vidit has indeed gone b4, and now is right about where it might start dawning on Magnus that he did play indeed d6 prematurely if Vidit finds king g6. But I think from a distance it was not clear what's the difference. But once you go down the line, you get to the point where rook f1 appears, I think then it is way more obvious that you shouldn't offer shelter to the white king.
You bring up a great point, and this is the worst thing about blunders like these. It's not like there's any question. I mean, it's lunacy to play king e6 in this position. I mean, allowing king e8. Vidit, of course, is going to play king g6 and essentially is forced. So Magnus, he sometimes is very emotional when he blunders, on the rare occasions that he blunders. So we'll keep an eye on his body language, but he is going to be furious with himself after the game, because essentially a win would have put the tournament in the bag. I mean, the tournament is still close to being in the bag, but man, there's still some intrigue left.
A little bit of intrigue, especially given that he will be playing Fabiano with the black pieces tomorrow, which on paper is the toughest pairing he could have in this whole field.
Yeah. Yeah, incredible.
So,
incredible, and huge kudos to Vidit, by the way, for not losing his heart and staying in the game and exploiting the mistake. Yes, one could argue that he got fortunate, but I always believe in Capablanca's aphorism that good players are lucky. You got to put yourself in a position to get lucky against the world champion, and that's exactly what he did.
For sure, as Magnus 15 minutes, this, by the way, is move 39, so King G6, if Riccarfrona appears, will be move 40, so not only that, but Vidit will also get an extra 50 minutes. We'll come back here, as Magnus, I think, understands what he has done. Let's go back to Jorden against Anish, which I still think is the game that's likely to finish first out of the
Yes.
three. Yeah.
Well, Anish down to 2 minutes on his clock. He is trying to pull out all the stops here, but he's overwhelmed by these passers and by the knight that's, running amok here on D5 and G4. And, Jorden taking a stroll around the playing hall, waiting for Anish to make his last couple of desperation moves. Now, he could go bishop E6, trying to prevent both knight sallies at the same time. But the thing is, even knight d5 is winning, because even this position is. I mean, look at these pawns. And black can't move. Rook d7. There's queen e5, and if you play queen takes d6, obviously there's queen e8 check, and rook takes d6 allows f7 check. So black is totally paralyzed here, and the queen inexorably, one way or another, white's going to find a way to break through.
Yeah, and it's tough looking at Anish. Reminder, Magnus on the last round will get a full point also here, although Magnus has squandered what looked like close to winning ending into what now seems to be a draw. Even that, Magnus is probably going to get half point today, Anish 0, and that will end his chances. We'll look at the standings later on, as Anish takes down to a minute, and he played what? Queen E8?
Queen E8? No, but now knight d5, yeah. Yeah, just knight d5.
Knight d5, and that knight has done a little bit of hopping, but it's now going to come in with a decisive effect here.
I think Anish wants knight d5, queen e2. And there's still a couple of pitfalls to avoid for Jorden. I mean, if he goes rook e3 here, yeah, I mean, queen d1 check, king h2. The point is there's queen h5 check. So white can sidestep the checks by putting the king on f2 and then walking it to g3. So everything is winning, but, it'll take a couple more moves probably before black's final chances are totally exhausted.
And I think Jorden, he's doing everything right. He's not rushing. He still has 14 minutes on the clock. He only needs to make one more move. And then he'll get an extra 50 minutes. So there is no need to rush. He won't rush. And Anish, he's looking over at what's going on elsewhere, because he knows in his own game, unfortunately, there is nothing much left to hope for.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of mating nets as well related to knight coming to e7 and the queen coming to h6. It's lost from every perspective. You're down material, you're getting mated. Any endgame is lost because of the passed pawns, and there's no counterplay. It's like the worst possible combination of things. As Anish drops down to 30 seconds, in comes the queen, but it's not going to help. He goes queen e1 check. I mean, okay, king h2. King h2, and there's no more checks. And this is move 40 for Jorden. Another 50 minutes added to his clock. I don't know how long Anish wants to suffer here, honestly.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
suffering
think
in these
not long.
positions is so difficult.
Yeah.
King h2, there he goes.
I think just very often, especially when your time is low, at least you play on until move 40 and you think, okay, I can, even when you know the position is lost, you always think, I can assess on move 40 once I have time, and you just play on because there is nothing much else to do. You don't have time to commiserate.
Right.
Well, not commiserate, be miserable about the game. So we see Anish just make his 40th move, queen d1.
Yeah, I mean, inertia often carries you forward through move 40. Now, it appears that the simplest win is to play queen h6 first. Okay, black has to do nothing. And then they move rook e3. aiming for e7 is one way to end the game. Okay, black can trade queens and claim that he's traded queens. So the funny thing is here, yeah, white can play rook e7 and end the game, or white can say that black is totally paralyzed and just walk the king up to g5. One way or another, Jorden is going to find one of these options. Okay, shall we check into Prague's game? Because it's been a while since we looked at Fabiano's conversion here. And Fabiano should win this game in short order. The point is that he's gotten his pawn all the way to a2, where it cannot be attacked. It is defended by the queen safely. And all he has to do is get this knight active, get it to b4, get it to f5, get it somewhere, and white's defenses will be overloaded.
What's the square that you would be, if you could get anywhere, would it be b4, or which square would you be aiming for?
That's a great question. You know, I would even consider getting it to b6 so that I can then play queen a6 and target the pawn on c4. If you lose that pawn, then you lose the game as well. Now, it all seems to start with knight g6 and then knight e7. Well, for example, let's say white play, oh no, f4, there's queen e1 check. So that's just a case in point. This shows how tied down white is. Maybe Prague is trying to get his king all the way across and contest the a2 pawn. This is not very realistic, though. Knight h4 check, king e2. The knight could go after these pawns as well. But we'll see. We'll see how Fabi decides to go about this. He's got 10 minutes for 3 moves.
Yeah, this is the kind of position where for Prague, they're just, not only is the position lost, but there are no chances. Your bishop from a1 is stuck there forever, stopping the black pawn from queening. You kind of wish that you didn't have that pawn on e5, so you could at least try and create some threats along the long diagonal, but that pawn is blocking your own bishop. All the pieces are paralyzed, so there's, I think, just zero hope for Prague here.
Yeah, he's going to keep playing as he should, of course. Fabi has to demonstrate a couple more accurate moves, but the results in really all 3 of the rest of the games are, I wouldn't go so far as to say predetermined, but all of these games are pretty close to their conclusion.
Yeah, let's see what Magnus has done. Let's go back to that.
Okay, well, he's gone rook e7 check, and Vidit has executed the 40th move, king f8. I thought initially that Magnus might want to go rook e4, but simply b3. And if anything, white's just playing with more and more fire, letting this pawn further and further down the line. Now, I think Magnus is going to repeat moves and make a draw. I think Magnus is just going to go rook e8 check and bite the bullet here.
Yeah, well, he might just not have a choice. I think he understands the fact that he didn't give the check on f3 shows you that he saw now that king g6 would lead to nothing. And as you say, if he understands that there are no tries, that if he tries, suddenly the black pawns might start rolling down the board, and then he has to anyway find a perpetual, he might as well take that immediately.
Right.
And that leaves us, I mean, today has been really, Daniel, a very strange day where we might just be done very soon.
We might be done, we might be done in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It really depends on, I think the Prague game is the likeliest one to go on the longest, because in that game, the technical stage for Fabi is a lot more difficult than for Jorden, even if the evaluation is similar. And Fabi has just made a very interesting move with g5, clamping down on white's king side. Let's go back to that game for just a second.
Especially since, by the way, Prague only has 1 minute for 2 moves still to make.
Yeah. Well, I really like that move, actually. I like the move g5. This opens up a lot of luft for the king, and it sort of discourages white from pushing any of his kingside pawns. Fabi definitely wants to follow up with the move knight g6, and then he wants to maneuver the knight around through e7 to greener pastures. And Prague doesn't really have any moves. He has to just sort of go back and forth.
What happens if you try, like you were saying, if you try to run with the king towards the queen side?
Yeah, that might be the most practical attempt. I guess knight g6 should be thrown in, and after king e2. Yeah, well, I don't know exactly. Maybe knight h4. But then white goes G3. Prague has made a move.
H4.
And it's H4, trying his best to create kingside counterplay.
And well, after that, only one move. Oh my
Long day.
One move remains for Prague. That was unexpectedly hard.
Well, it can strike at in the strangest times, you know, the weirdest words.
H4, what does Fabi do? Does he take on H4? Does he leave the pawn standing?
Well, there's an engine-y line here where apparently black has the move queen e1. Apparently, this line with H5 in this position is winning for black because the king is just too weak. The king in the long run here is not going to be able to escape the wrath of the queen and the knight. I don't think Fabi's never going to do this. I don't even understand why. And now and now H4, and H3 is unstoppable. That's the idea. You simply cannot stop the pawn from getting to H3. Wow. Okay, and that involves giving away the pride of your position for that. I don't know if he's going to do that. I mean, I think knight G6 is the likeliest human move. And then maybe Prague wants to try taking and going, I don't know, maybe king G4. You might as well go down fighting, you know? So there's some life left in this position. Some accuracy is still required of Fabi, no doubt about that.
I mean, if Fabi takes on H4 and goes for that line where he gives up the pawn on A2 to swing the queen all across to the other side of the board, that would be so impressive. Of course, it's not the only way that leads to a win. I'm very curious what he's going to go for. Let's bring back the overview once again to see, is Magnus is still thinking. Jorden is also still thinking. So everyone's still thinking, but Magnus was away from the board. Okay, so Magnus has just gotten back. Do we stay with Fabiano? Do we look at Magnus's camera and just try and get a read on that?
Yeah, let's look at the camera for a second. He's twirling a piece around, but I feel like he's... The thing is, it's not one of those positions where you have a choice between going for a risky continuation and making the draw. There is no risky continuation. There's literally nothing that I see which poses even the slightest challenge to black, because for black, everything is absolutely forced.
Yeah, maybe, do you want to bring up the board very briefly, or shall we wait for Fabiano?
Let's bring up the board. Let's bring up the board. I mean, Magnus has 50 minutes to think about this. I don't anticipate him taking all of it. So here's the thing. You can think about this. Well, how is white going to get the king out of d8? Well, you can't get the rook off of c2. There's just no way to do that. So that means you have to play king e8. To do that, you need to dislodge black's king from the f file. Well, how can you do that? Well, you can do that by going rook e3. And if
black
is
important.
not careful,
yeah.
If black is not careful, he can lose. So let's say black plays a5. Sorry, Fiona, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no. So I was wondering when the bar jumped, I was wondering, is the difference we need to be able to go to g6? And then I wondered, why can't I just stay on g8? And I guess you're about to show us.
Yeah, it's this move rook f5. And if you just blindly keep pushing, black is going to build a bridge. Rook e2 checking d6. Looks like everything is fine. Just keep checking. No. Rook blocks the checks on d5 and white wins. So Magnus might try this. Rook e3 is a very tricky move. What black needs to do is play g6 here. Of course, Vidit is going to see that. This essentially just prevents white from building that bridge, from putting the rook on f5. And it creates Luft for the king.
Can I not go king f7? Are we not back in the previous position, or what am I missing?
Well, now rook f3 check. Oh, yeah, and king g6.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that too. No, that's also possible. It's the same. And it's the same exact concept. The king prevents the rook from making its way to f5. That ultimately is white's only attempt. White can try g4. And after f5, rook f5, oh, here black actually manages to push that b pawn all the way forward. And now neither side can make progress. So there's a lot of ways that the game can liquidate into a draw. This is probably what's going to happen, one of these. pathways is going to be adopted. Fabi has taken on h4, by the way. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Is
God.
he
Let's
actually
go
going
back
for
there.
this line?
That is crazy. Is he gonna
If
play?
he goes queen e1, oh. Maybe he's seen it. I mean, the thing is, white is so dominated in that resulting position. If Fabi saw the idea of going h5, h4, then he's he went knight g6. Check.
Knight g6.
Yeah, shame on him. How could he miss this obvious idea?
But knight g6 should do the job as well as we've had a couple of moves as well in the Jorden game. But Dania, we've reached the time control in every game. We're going to take a very quick break because we expect some results to come in soon. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Hello and welcome back to round 11 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where Dania, only 3 games remain. You were telling me a minute ago, Jorden has a really beautiful win here, and he has found it. Rook h3 is on the board.
What a move. What a move. And the concept is even nicer. Bishop takes h3. This is a deflection sacrifice. d7. And the queen's pathway to b8 is unstoppable. If you take on d7, queen b8 check ends the game immediately. And if you play rook f8, the problems come from the other end of the board. Boom! White sacrifices his final minor piece. Well, this is a lobster pincer mate. And if black declines the sacrifice after knight takes f8, it is all over king f8. And among other things, just queen b8 check, and you can make a second queen. Jorden, just this is actually an amazing, and this might be the game of the tournament. I mean, so many incredible ideas, and capitalizing and finishing it all off with this kind of combination. Anish, I know I've said this many moves in a row, but he might resign here once he recognizes that he has got nothing left to fight for.
I mean, rook h3 is really an incredible move to top off what has been an incredible game by Jorden. As you said, a clear candidate for game of the tournament. And I'm curious what Jorden will have to say. Is this going to be one of his best games of his career so far? Looks like it could be.
Beautiful. Amazing move, and fearless too. You know, it's easy to convince yourself not to go for something like this when you're winning. You don't want to spoil it with a miscalculation, but Jorden believing in, I mean, this is for someone of his caliber, this is easy to calculate. There's clearly nothing, because black doesn't even have a check after bishop takes d7. And it's, yeah, you can see that it's all written all over his face. It's all over.
Yeah, that face is not thinking about, oh, what in this position, what can I do here?
Nope.
This is like, where did it all go wrong?
Where did I go wrong? Very clearly. Was it the opening? Did I play the wrong system? Why did it get bad so quickly? Why did I castle short? Maybe that's what he's asking himself. What possessed me to castle short?
And I mean,
it could be a lot of things.
Yeah, the way that Jorden reacted, we were all so disappointed. Well, not all so disappointed, but I think a lot of people were disappointed when the exchange sack didn't happen the first time, but the second time around, Jorden went from it, and from there on out, I mean, there has been some really stunning moves and tactical motifs in this game.
There really have been. We will wait for Anish to resign. I mean, he's got plenty of time now to contemplate the position. Magnus has played rook e3, and as I was talking about this, I was actually in my mind thinking about Magnus's position. Can we go back to that for just a second? I want to show something. So here, Vidit has a choice between king f7 and g6. I feel like g6 is the more clinical move, just because it takes away the square with a pawn. But I had an idea that I wanted to explore, which is that, okay, white can't get the rook to f5, right? But what if white tries to get the rook to f6? What if white plays g4? Now, again, g5 would relinquish the f5 square. That you don't want to do that. Black should probably play a5. No, but white is not in time, because black pushes the pawn, and if anything, if anything, white actually has only one way to draw, I think, which is rook f7 check. What a move! And the renegade rook allows white to draw the game by stalemate, but Magnus will not subject himself to this. And I think that it is just one move away from drawing.
What a crazy line this is.
That's hilarious.
So, do you think g6 we're more likely to see than king f7 back?
Yes, I think we are. And another thing to point out, if g6 rook e6 immediately allows Vidit to push his pawn down to b3. And the point is that if you go after this pawn, that's not important. The number of pawns isn't important here so much as advancing one of the pawns down to b2. And both sides are completely tied down. And neither side can make any progress. The king can move away, but only for a second. It'll have to move back. There's nothing left to play for here. Just one move away from making the draw is Vidit.
And Magnus, he will be kicking himself, but it will be some relief for him when he sees that Anish is in a losing position, because I think Magnus, he had two clear goals here coming into the tournament. The first and most important, of course, winning the event. And he is today taking a big step despite the missed opportunity. And the one thing he won't be so pleased about is his quest for 2900, as he drops a big opportunity here for the full point against Vidit.
Yeah, we should add that he has not lost on time. It's just that he needs to make his 41st move for the time to update. So he's got oodles and oodles of time. He's got 45 minutes. He's made move 40, which means that the time addition has happened automatically.
Exactly, and we see Vidit, and right behind him, I think if the camera zooms over a tiniest bit on the right, we see that both of them are deep in thought, but a very different kind of thought. Vidit is actually calculating, while for Anish, it is the final stage of coming to terms with this game being gone.
I mean, Anish is taking a very long time to figure stuff out there, but I was expecting him, frankly, to resign immediately after Rook H3. But again, dwelling on how the game has gone wrong, and that's a common thing you'll see.
And funnily enough,
at any level.
On Vidit's table, we see that the glass is still there, and the final sip was never consumed.
Oh, wow. Maybe he's saving it. He was saving it for a rainy day, and that rainy day might have arrived. I mean, he deserves it. Maybe after he finds G6, that's when he'll take that sip.
Magnus says, no, you shall not look at Vidit's Chocomel any longer.
Yeah, he's too disgusted with the position to let the spectators look through the camera.
Magnus sits back down. Vidit is still thinking, you expect G6.
Yes.
We shall see. Anish also still thinking. There, maybe we expect no more moves at all.
Yeah, Anish has by now taken 10 minutes this position. Yeah, there's. I mean, he already knows that he can resign. He's just sort of. I mean, I think he's just very disappointed to lose this game. I mean, he really was not expecting. Of all the games that he can lose, I really think psychologically, this was not a game he thought he could really lose. Not because Jorden. This is not a knock on Jorden. I mean, Jorden is obviously a beast. It's just that, I mean, Anish is so solid when he wants to be, and I still think he's coming to terms with not only the fact that he lost, but the fact that he got crushed in this game. This was a crushing win by Jorden.
Yeah, I mean, Anish never really found his footing in the game. I'm curious what Jorden will... And there is the handshake resignation by Anish. And congratulations to Jorden, who just played a super, super impressive game.
Yeah, he did, as we see them discussing the moves. And this is definitely going into the game collection. Jorden, the winner of last year's Tata Steel, is once again showing why he not only belongs in the 2700 club, but is thriving as a member of the 2700 club, defeating Anish Giri in phenomenal, sparkling style with a flourish and a cherry on top. That move, Rook H3, so nicely executed.
And Magnus Carlsen, you saw him stopping by, checking out the game. His rivalry with Anish Giri is well documented, so you can just kind of imagine once Jorden gets up from his chair, he will receive some warm congratulations from his boss, Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus will be very, very happy to see that result, and it really takes the onus off of Magnus. It makes Magnus's result less painful for him, as that half point is going to put him even further into clear first. And on that note, I mean, we've exhausted, I think, Magnus's game. I think Vidit understands that it's a draw. He just doesn't want to squander that opportunity. And so he's, quadruple and quintuple checking the same line over and over again. And as he does that, perhaps we can look at the Fabi game and take a look at Prague's suffering and his He's definitely in dire straits. And yeah, Fabi has chosen the move h5, which is completely reasonable. I mean, he's preparing to play h4 at the right moment. I mean, he doesn't have to rush with that move. The queen can infiltrate to d2, and white is completely tied down. So in the long run, I just don't see this happening for Prague.
Yeah, I mean, even here, what do? Do you just go back again with the king? Like, you're so tied down that it's even tough to make a move at all.
Yeah, king h2, and here Fabi will definitely go queen d2 in order to attack the f2 pawn. What's funny is that no matter where white moves the queen, okay, so here after queen c2, Fabi, I think this time he will see this idea. I mean, now with the pawn on h5, this is very findable. Because the pawn just goes to h3 by force. Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing Prague can do about it. If he moves the bishop, then he allows promotion. And if he moves the queen elsewhere, if he moves the queen to c3...
He's gone to b2, by the way.
Okay, so queen e1 ends the game here. Oh, also queen d8. Queen d8 is another possibility, with the idea of checkmating white on g4, forcing... Okay, this forces the king to drop back. Oh, queen h4, queen takes c4. Beautiful.
That's full really board awareness strikes again.
Queen d8 ends the game on the spot, actually, just on the spot. Because once Prague loses c4, he's going to resign. And Fabi sees it. I have no doubt that he's going to play queen d8. I can almost guarantee it.
Queen d8.
Vidit has gone king f7, by the way.
Oh. So not g6, but king f7 we thought also is enough. Now we're back in the same position we were in earlier, where Magnus tried rook e7. Maybe we can bring it up for a second as Fabi.
It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same exact thing. The only thing that concerned me about this was this move g4 that I outlined in order to pave the way for the rook to come to f5. But if you actually look at this concretely, rook f5, there is this move b3. Very important for black not to procrastinate on this, to play b3 at the first opportunity. And once again, we are very familiar with this type of position, which is an immediate draw.
Do you think, I guess Magnus will try this line. If not, there are no other attempts, right?
There's literally zero attempts. I mean, you could play g4 first. And Vidit's default is just to push his pawns. That's also what makes this so easy for black. Black doesn't have a big choice. Like, black just pushes his pawns. Okay, maybe Magnus could try something like this. But here, there's rook c3. And if anything, once again, white is just playing with fire. I think Magnus is going to repeat moves with rook f3 check and rook back to e3.
And yeah, this will be a great hold by Vidit as Fabiano. He is still thinking both of these games could end momentarily with Magnus. Is he going to make this final ditch attempt with g4? But he's not going to be happy, especially that in this endgame here, and we see that Jorden and Anish are still at the board discussing their own game. But for Magnus, it is frustrating, of course, that he let the opportunity slip, and that in this position there is simply no more. He's going to run out of attempts within a couple of moves.
And once again, if I can rewind to the moment where Magnus blundered, the move d7 is hasty, right? It seems totally natural to push the pawn, but what the move does is it deprives the king of this very important shelter square on d7. And apparently, the correct move is rook e7 check, posing black with a very nasty dilemma. Either direction contains major drawbacks. King f6, rook e4. I mean, let me be very clear. Winning this position was no easy matter, even if Magnus had found the correct path. I mean, I don't even fully understand how this all works. And then at the end, Fiona, Magnus would have to correctly assess. He would have to promote at the right moment and restrain the pawns in the right way, which is always very scary. When you have double connected passers, the rook could end up getting overwhelmed. So you could be in danger of losing. I can't really blame Magnus for not finding all of this. I suppose he's just going to be mad at himself for playing so quickly.
Yeah, also, well, in hindsight, I'm thinking, how much time did Magnus even have on the clock? Because both of the players, maybe I don't know if we didn't pay much attention to the clock times or if the players had enough, but it could be Magnus didn't have plenty of time, that's for sure, to calculate this. And we don't know. It could be that he considered the alternative, but just couldn't calculate the black pawns advancing in so little time.
And maybe he also saw that this is a risk-free option. He knows that he has a draw in his pocket whenever he wants it. We already know that this was his approach going into this game, not taking undue risks. But I think it came as a disappointment to him that upon reflection, he realized that he actually doesn't have any winning chances at all, which perhaps came as a surprise to him.
Yeah, and we see Magnus there. He is going to take some time to calculate the line with g4. Let's go back briefly again to Pragg and Caruana, because you were just showing the very nice move queen d8. Before that, you were also talking about the possibility of queen e1 here.
Both moves win. Both moves win essentially on the spot. It's black is spoiled for choice, and you might say, well, why is Fabi taking so long? Well, again, he doesn't know that both moves win on the spot. He's trying to find the most accurate option. He doesn't want to let Pragg off the hook. Probably the computerish option is to play queen e1. And again, the point of this move isn't to go, well, it is to go for checkmate. Black threatens queen h4 and queen g4. But if the king escapes, then there's this idea of h4 followed by h3. And black is just going to make a second queen. It's as simple as that. Look at this bishop on a1. That is really what kills white. That bishop is just staring at its own pawn. Without the pawn on e5, white would have a lot more practical chances. A classic example of your own pawns hurting him.
For sure. I mean, for a while here, Pragg would have given a lot to just say to Fabiano, take that pawn. Can we just get it off the board? Because
right, please.
Yeah, it really was giving him zero counterplay. If the bishop at least was active but stuck on a2, but it was stuck on a2 and impeded by its own pawn. And if you look at Pragg, he also you got a feel for Pragg when you look at him there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting there suffering. He's waiting for Fabi to inevitably find the winning move. And Fabi could end up taking 25 minutes here. I mean, I don't think he will, but that's one of the hardest experiences, to just sit there and wait for your 2,800 opponent to find the winning move.
Yeah,
that's
also,
why. Yeah.
I was just, if Fabiano, very likely he might see queen d8 and queen e1, and he's gone
There
queen
he goes.
d8, and then yeah, this is going to spell the end of the game here.
Yes, that's it. Pragg might resign here. He might make a couple more moves. The problem is that he loses the pawn on c4, and with that pawn, I mean, the whole position topples over. He's probably going to go king h4, king g1, king h2, king g1, queen takes c4. You know, what makes this completely indefensible is the fact that white doesn't even have an inkling of a chance for a perpetual check. If white could somehow get the queen into the game, into the action, okay, at least Pragg would keep playing. But the problem is, if you consider this line, after queen takes a1, queen f6 check, it might look like white's got perpetual, but he doesn't. The king very easily sidesteps all of the checks.
Yeah, and queen d8, Pragg, I agree with you, might just resign, or might play king h2 and resign once c4 drops.
Yeah.
And yeah,
he's such is life. A rough game for Pragg, really rough, losing with white. I think he was hoping at one point for the repetition, and maybe was slightly better at some point. But again, missing that chance to go after Fabi's king.
Yeah, maybe we can quickly bring that position up where you were saying there might be some knight d4 on the cards. Bring the pieces closer towards the enemy king, but that opportunity was left unused.
So this is where Fabi declined the repetition. He goes rook c8. Pragg responds very well. Knight e5 is nice. Queen c2 is good, aiming for the h7 square. Knight e2 is good. Everything he did here is good, even though the computer initially disapproves of it. And now, this is the moment of truth. He had to get that knight over to g3 and then swing the rook from d4 to g4. And you can see that the eval bar actually starts going into white's favor. This is a very dangerous position for Fabi. But Pragg going in the other direction, knight d4. And I think I'm going to interrupt this. We have an interview.
Oh. Not yet, apparently.
No, not yet. Not yet. I just said
But
Jorden.
now we do.
All right, let's pan out.
Jorden van Foreest, you just beat Anish Giri with a beautiful game from start to finish.
Yeah, I'm very happy and pleased with the game. I wanted to go for a fight today after my loss 2 days ago, so I thought let's give it a try, and I played a very risky line, but I thought it might give White good chances for a good fight as well.
On Twitter, I saw like a post by Ivan Sokolov. He was very happy because you played a line that was recommended in his course. Was it part of your preparation?
I really looked at his course. Sure, I think we even had a conversation maybe in Sweden a couple of months ago where he said he thinks the line is very nice for White. So definitely, well, I mean, I've been looking at the line for a bit longer, but his course was definitely a bit of help at least, yeah.
So then there was like this moment where you could do the exchange sacrifice on f6, already on move 15. You decided to do it on move 16. Why did you choose to do it on 15 and not on 16? Or the other way around?
There were some concrete reasons. I thought it's with his pawn on c5, I get this nice bind with all the pawns in the middle of the board. Whereas if his pawn is on c7, he can often, for example, quickly transfer his knight from b7 to c5. So I didn't think it was so clear there. I mean, I wasn't even sure how clear it was in the game, but as it turns out, it was probably very good for White always.
Where did it go wrong for Anish?
Yeah, maybe actually c5 is a mistake because this allows the rook exchange sacrifice in a much better version. So instead he had a lot of different interesting options after which the game would have been completely unclear. Later on I thought he could have defended better had he not played king g7, but maybe played knight b7, but I guess his position was problematic in any case already.
And then the final move, rook h3, what a beauty.
Yeah, but actually I wasn't sure how to like completely break through. He was defending very resiliently, and then I spotted this rook h3 and I thought it's very risky, of course, but I should just take my time and calculate, and if it works, it's immediately winning. So that's why I did it, yeah.
Anish was in the race for first place. That door is closed now, I guess. What are your emotions after this game, and like in regards to the tournament standings and your own tournament?
Yeah, I was mainly just trying to at least I want to finish my own tournament in a good way. So it's a pity for Anish that he I'm not sure if he's still in the race or not. But well, yeah, I just wanted to play an interesting game. So I was just focusing on my own tournament here.
Is it special to play Anish?
Well, I mean, so let's say growing up, I really wanted to play like Magnus and Anish always. So definitely it's always special as well to play Anish. He was like top 10 already when I was basically just starting out playing chess. So I remember the first game we played in Reykjavik 2017. It was definitely a very special moment for me, and we're good friends, and I learned a lot from him. So definitely always a special game with him.
How does this game rate in your best game collection?
I have to think about that, but I am for now I'm very happy with it. Yeah, for sure.
Was it a perfect game from your side?
Sorry?
Was it a perfect game from your side?
I mean, I have to analyze it, but I guess it's very unlikely that it was perfect. I was kind of upset when I took on e5. I was releasing the tension in the center. I could have played rook b1 immediately, but back then I wanted to sacrifice the exchange, and then I thought a bit more about it, and I thought it's not so clear, but I didn't know what else to do, and then played rook b1 anyway. So I think that's like already a mistake by me. It has to be checked, of course, but yeah, in general, very pleased with the game.
2 more rounds to go.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. I was surprised. I saw Duda made a quick draw with White today. I think I'm playing him tomorrow with Black as well. So, but usually he's going for big fights, so that's going to be extremely tough. But I'll just give it my best shot and see what happens.
Okay, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Jorden van Foreest clearly very happy, of course, with his win against Anish. As he said, they are great friends, so he feels sorry, of course, for Anish, for whom it's the end, I think, of his hopes for a tournament victory here. But of course, he is trying to get his best. He has his best interests at heart, Dania. You can't have too many considerations for your friends over the board.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, he was being modest, but this definitely will have a prominent place in the best games of Jorden van Foreest to be published at the end of his career in 2060. And Fabi, by the way, a good practical chance by Prague. He's played f4 in order to create the e4 escape square for his king. Now, the fastest path to victory for Fabi is to give a check on h4, and then, you know, the transformation that we are familiar with, giving up a2 in return for a decisive attack on the king. Now, the key thing that he has to see here is the maneuver of the knight from h4 to f5. This attacks e3, and this is totally devastating. White loses all of his pawns because the queen is unable to defend that pawn while defending the bishop at the same time. White has to escape with the king. And now queen takes e3, king c2. And the simplest is just queen takes f4 and everything collapses. White will lose g2 as well, and White will lose the game.
That's a stunning little move, knight f5. Yeah. But Fabi, once again, he has so much time on the clock. I think there is a very good chance, Dania, we will go down this exact line.
Yeah, he's down to 38 minutes. I mean, taking a lot of time on every move, just hammering it all out, making sure he's not allowing any counterplay. I think this is a very realistic thing to see. I mean, he understands that this is an idea to give up the pawn. There are other enticing moves. There's the move queen d3, for example. After king f2, queen b1 is another thing that I noticed. The only roadblock here is that after, okay, White just keeps the status quo. What is the finishing blow here? What is the finishing touch? Still has to be found. So queen h4 is more accurate.
Yeah, queen h4. The move we expect, the move that Fabiano is calculating. Maybe we can quickly update Magnus Carlsen against Vidit, where Vidit a couple of moves ago we thought maybe he'll play g6. He went for king f7.
I think he'll do it now.
Maybe now, yeah.
Well, king f7 is possible, but probably not necessary, because there's a cool line here. So in this position, White can play king e7. And Black has to give this check. And what's a very important detail, after king d6, you cannot give the check because, again, White builds the bridge. But, of course, Black wins the game with king takes f5 and a skewer. So White can still draw with king f8, rook d2, rook f7. But Fiona, this gets messy. White takes on g7, and Vidit has absolutely no need to allow this. I mean, he can allow it, and he'll still make a draw. But I really don't see any downsides to the move g6. I fail to see what it is that, you know, Magnus gains from inducing g6, and I feel like this will force a draw more efficiently. I mean, rook e6, b3. And if Magnus takes on g6 here, then he'll only end up with a worse position after rook b6, a5. And already here, White might be losing. There's just no way to stop the progress of the a-pawn. So Magnus kind of, you can see him waiting for Vidit to inevitably play this move.
Yeah, exactly. Magnus, he knows that if Vidit finds either g6, which probably is an immediate draw, king f7, probably good enough, this is over. But Vidit, you always...
Oh, Fabi.
Huh? Fabi has...
Sorry to interrupt you. He's going down that line.
Wow.
Beautiful technique by Fabi.
Really, really incredible stuff here. Vidit, Prague hasn't taken on a2 yet, but what else?
I mean, he has to take that on a2. You can give one spite check on b8. That's not going to do anything. I was thinking about queen b8 check. I was just toying with some funny lines, f5. But here it's simply knight h4 check. Black doesn't even need to take anything. Queen b1 check, king f4, queen f1 check. Look at that geometry. King e4, queen takes f5 as mate. And king g5, the queen corners the king and checkmates it on g4. Many, many such lines. The knight and the queen is among the deadliest piece tandems, probably the deadliest piece tandem in all of chess. And it's on full display here.
For sure, and we see Prague has just captured on a2. And Fabiano, after what has been a disappointing event for him today here. He is really being clinical in the end, and tomorrow he will have a game which can redeem pretty much anyone's tournament. If he can beat Magnus tomorrow, he will be he might be forgetting about the start to the event.
Huge game tomorrow against Magnus, and I really wonder if Fabi will. I mean, I'm not necessarily expecting Fabi to go crazy. You know, it's entirely possible that we have a Berlin and we have a quick draw. But I think that Fabi is going to sense he's going to get a win today. And, you know, with only 2 games left, this, as you said, is a chance to redeem his tournament. If he beats Magnus, everything is forgotten. If you beat the world champion, nobody remembers how you did in the other games. Everybody remembers that you beat the world champion.
For sure. And here, well, knight f5 is the move. You've already put the arrow on the board. That is the move we're expecting, and that will be very likely the last move of the game. As you said, White cannot defend.
You know what he just did there?
Hmm?
Do you know what he just did there?
The sip of water.
Yes. Do you know what that means?
It's over.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting ready for my last
really
move here.
Foolproof. There's if your position is bad, you're just not thinking about drinking water or eating. Or very often, if there's a granola bar or something by your table, you're only going to eat it if you're like happy with the outcome of the opening. At least that's true with me. Like, I never eat at the board or drink at the board unless I'm satisfied with my position.
What is it? Some kind of self-punishment?
Right. Well, it's also like you feel like you haven't deserved it. Yeah, I guess it is kind of self. I don't know what Fabi's thinking. I really don't know what he's thinking about. I mean, just knight f5 it's really the only move in the position. Now that you've played knight h4,
especially
you gotta
now that he's gone down the whole line, and I think he's getting ready.
There we go. He was just savoring the moment, you know. And Magnus, I think, is watching from a distance. I think that's Magnus.
As Vidit has just made a move, is it? It's hard to make out from this angle.
He's played g6. That's it. That ends it.
So we expect.
Okay.
Sorry, Daniel, you were saying?
No, Fabi's still thinking.
Yeah, I was saying, like, I expect knight f5 and a resignation here, and then the Magnus game. But who knows? Maybe Magnus's game will end even sooner, as Fabi is just reaching out, and he has played not knight
Queen
f5.
What? I mean, I'm sure this is also winning on the spot. Yeah, this is also this just as winning, actually. This move is just as winning. It's in Zugzwang. White isn't Zugzwang. White doesn't have look at this. Look at the king. White doesn't have a single move with any of his pieces. I mean, I think the only thing I see is bishop c3, but now knight f5 results in checkmate. This might even be better than knight f5. Knight g3 is unstoppable mate. Amazing. I mean, Fabi is just a monster.
Queen
this
f1
is why he's number 2 in the world.
Queen f1
is he number 2 currently?
Huh?
Sorry, I keep
currently,
interrupting.
I think number 4, maybe.
4.
Yeah, currently number 4.
Well, he lost to some beginners in the U.S. Championship. That did, that knocked him off. That knocked him off of number 2.
That was actually also, I think I was commentating actually on that game, which was a nice effort by the streamer who shall remain unnamed.
Arrogant commentator can't miss a single opportunity to obnoxiously remind the crowd of who he beat in the last tournament. It's intolerable. I mean, does he have to mention it every single time that Fabiano's name is brought up? Jeez.
And here, well, Prague, for him, unfortunately, today, not his day. But no matter what happened, I mean, he had the win against Niels, and especially the win against Vidit from 2 days ago, which he, I think, will never be forgetting.
Yeah.
And there is the resignation.
Beautiful job by Fabiano. What a game.
No, I mean, this was really, the end of this was an absolute masterpiece. And the king ending the game on e4 in the center of the board. But for Fabi, good on him in the early stages. We thought this might end in a repetition, but he played on and was rewarded with a full point here against Prague.
Definitely worried about rook coming to g4, but after Prague played 94, I thought that my position was better, and I was pretty happy with my technique the rest of the game. I'm sure we'll hear something like that in the interview. And Caruana is still not having a great event, but as we discussed, tomorrow's game with Magnus is going to be huge. And on that note, let's switch on over to the last remaining game of the day. What a day, what a quick day it's been. And Rook E6, this one is hurtling toward its conclusion. And Fiona, Rook E6 is essentially a draw offer because Vidit is going to play B3. Magnus is going to take on A6.
Let's just wait 1 second, Dania, for the board to be brought up. Here we are.
Oh, yeah. My bad. There we go. So Rook E6 has been played by Magnus. Vidit is going to play B3. Magnus is going to take on A6. After B2, Rook B6, simply King F7, and neither side can do anything to unlock either of the kings.
And the funny thing is, Vidit, we haven't seen him look so relaxed all day long. It's been a tough game, but now finally life is good.
The one thing you don't want to do is go A5. This is really the only way to lose the game because of Rook F6 and King E7. And obviously, okay, Rook D2, Rook D6. So what is the difference, you may ask? Why is it so important to play B3? Well, if White goes for this, after Rook E2 check, Rook E6, takes, B2, the pawns promote simultaneously, and White doesn't have any checkmate. The king has too much space. On the king side, Vidit just double, triple checking, making sure that there are no shenanigans there.
Yeah, but B3, the move that we expect, and Magnus will also not be interested in spending more time than necessary on this game. So after B3, I think it will all end very, very quickly from here on out.
Yeah, I guess that Rook F6 check can be thrown in and then he can take on A6, but that doesn't actually change anything. B2, ultimately the Rook has to go and stop the pawn, and then Black moves in with King F7 and toggles between F8 and F7. White can play G4, G5, and this can be added in just, for fun, but that's it.
And then, as you say, there's just a deadlock. It feels like Vidit is getting ready to make a move.
That hand is
switching
slashing toward Bethlehem. Yeah, it's inexorably moving toward the B pawn. He's just, against anybody else, I can guarantee you, even in this tournament, he would, nice camera angle there. He would have played B3 5 minutes ago. Against Magnus, you have such paranoia that you're going to let the draw slip, that he's checking this a billion times over.
Yeah, and really, once again, that is just the effect that Magnus has as well. I think no other player in the world has that sort of power over his opponents.
For sure.
And Vidit still deep in thought. What do you think? How long until he plays B3?
It might actually be 20 minutes. I don't know. I feel like that from my perspective, there's nothing to calculate. It's really an incredibly simple line, and it's the only move. Otherwise, every other move is ridiculous self-sabotage. But I don't blame him. He's playing Magnus. You don't want to squander a win. Why? You want to play too quickly against Magnus? Got 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
I think it'll be faster than 20 minutes.
I think so too. I think and there is the stare. That's always one of the signs. And by the way, very soon we'll be hearing from Fabiano. Although we've gotten some first insights already.
Yeah, the tournament hasn't gone too well for me, but I was quite happy to score the win today. Yeah.
Let's go to the other Fabiano.
All right.
Fabiano Caruana, you just beat Pragananda with the black pieces. How did the game go?
I think I was a little bit worse out of the opening. He played a rare but not entirely new idea to play A4, and after A5 we get a very known type of position, but these pawns create some potential squares on B5 for him and on B4 for me. But it's maybe a little worse, but it's more or less a normal position. then we were kind of shuffling around, and he went for a very ambitious idea, 95. But I thought it's a little bit maybe too
Can I ask
ambitious.
one question about that? Because I think like you were actually like repeating some moves. Were you intending to, like, if you would repeat moves, would you go for the draw?
Well, I sort of avoided the repetition with rook c8. I could have kept playing bishop b4, bishop d6, and I assume actually that he would have continued playing, but I didn't want to leave it to chance that the game ends immediately, and of course the draw isn't bad, but it would be a little bit too short of a draw. So I played rook c8 to sort of avoid that, and also to provoke him into some potential stuff like this. And yeah, at some point it just went very quickly downhill for him after he played knight d4, which I think was a very large mistake. He could take on b5, queen d3, and I think it's very close to equal. Of course, I'm comfortable. I certainly can be worse, but I doubt I'm really better. And yeah, I don't know how bad it was for him after knight d4, but it was extremely unpleasant. And the endgame, I think, is losing, although it's a little bit close. It's kind of concrete that I never let him get my a pawn. Just tactically, he never is able to get it, and it advances all the way to a2.
Yeah, earlier in this tournament you had some struggles, for example, like with your coach who was in quarantine. I think he's released now from that. Does it make you feel better here in Wijk aan Zee now? Now everything is like also like things reopened here.
Yeah, it does feel a lot better, especially now that restaurants have opened like the last 2 days, and things seem more or less back to normal. But yeah, it's a bit late in the tournament for me. I mean, I have no chances of even fighting for first place, and I haven't already for a while. Haven't had any chances, so it's a bit like I'm not really playing for anything. But my play was terrible, and at least today I think it was normal. So that's a step up. Like my play for I don't know, pretty much the entire tournament up to this round was really awful. Mm-hmm. Even the games I won were pretty bad. So
But you will play Magnus tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll play Magnus, who I think is kind of securing tournament victory no matter what happens.
Well, if his game ends in a draw today, then Rapport will be half a point behind him.
Ah, okay. I guess there's still, but he also has an automatic win in the last round. I mean, it's like yeah. I guess it's theoretically possible, but it's pretty hard to imagine anything else besides Magnus winning the tournament at this point.
Mm-hmm. But like, is it like a special game for you to play Magnus, someone you know very well?
Yeah, we actually don't play quite as often these days as we used to. We used to play, a dozen times a year, in various events in Classical or Raptor or Blitz, and for whatever reason we haven't played too much the last like 2 years or so. After we played that online match on Lichess. After that, we really haven't played so much. So yeah, it's a bit. I guess it's somewhat special occasion. But yeah, it's also we've played so many times against each other that it doesn't feel so special.
Okay. Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Fabiano, they're saying what I think most people are thinking. Magnus, his tournament is very close to being in the bag. Of course, Dubov sadly had to drop out after testing positive. And Dania, you called it Vidit might be spending 20 minutes here. He still hasn't gone B3.
I would not have had this level of patience. And I think Magnus, you can kind of tell that he's getting angsty. I just played B3 already kind of expression. And Vidit is, I've never played Magnus in a classical game, so I can't even really imagine what he's experiencing. And it has to be just this paranoia that, there's some trick, because when you're playing Magnus, there's always something. It never is what it seems. Except in this case, it is what it seems. Even the great Magnus, he cannot move. He cannot make an illegal move. So the king literally has no squares. But Vidit might take another 20 minutes. I mean, there's no question that. Okay, there he goes.
Oh,
I feel like when I say that,
he's tricking us.
But he's done that for the last 10 minutes. He's literally like withdrawn his hand from the table and then put it back or adopted a different thinking pose. But I think this time he's about to make it.
This time he's for real, I think.
This time seems to be for real. Yeah, he's teasing us. No, there we go again. I'm telling you, he's been doing that for about 10 minutes.
The hand has come back indeed. I think, okay, I'm going to say he will play it within the next, before he hits 23 minutes on the clock. So in the next minute, then, yeah, it's my call.
Yeah, that's possible. Now, the funny thing is there's literally no other, every other move is absurd. Every move other than B3 is absurd, including A5, which I think he might have spent some time calculating, maybe even thinking about playing for a win. But, I mean, it's a 2-move variation and the game ends immediately. The point, by the way, here is rook d2, rook d6. I didn't finish this line earlier. Black can give rook e2 check, white covers on e6. And of course, now white can already promote. And it turns out that, and there you were caught right on the money. You were right on the money. He's gone b3. And I think Magnus is quickly going to offer the peace accords.
Magnus not looking in great shape, actually. I don't know if it's the frustration now that I mean, he's had plenty of time, all that time that Vidit has spent in this spot. Magnus, I'm sure he wasn't thinking about b3. He knew this is just a draw now if Vidit plays b3. So he's had plenty of time to think about, could he have done something better before? And from his reaction right now, to me, it seems like he's come to the conclusion, yeah, there was a better try than this.
Indeed, and now it's Magnus's turn to, you know, to take his sweet time here before taking the pawn on a6, which is what's going to happen. He's either going to do it immediately or he's going to throw in rook f6 check first. The Magnus move is rook f6 check first, and then rook takes a6. He plays clinically until the end, even when it doesn't really matter.
And we see that Vidit, after making the move, he took his time, but the way he's walking around now is he knows, Magnus knows, and when both players know, there is not much left to play for. I expect a draw.
I don't fully understand why they're taking as much time as they're taking. Because the only thing that white can do, I mean, white can play rook b6. Oh no, but then just b2, that's even worse. I guess what I meant to say is rook takes g6 is the only move that makes any visible impact on the position. But again, b2, now you can throw in rook f6 check just to get the king away, and rook b6. This does have to be calculated. In particular, white can try pushing his pawns up the board, but a5, h4, a4, g5, and black comes first. After a3, black links up the pawns. After g6 checking g7, yeah, finally, white is able to move his king away, but rook e2 check, rook e6, and now watch this. Takes, b1 queen, d8 queen, and black forces the queen trade and wins the game with queen e4 check and queen d4 check. Not that, I mean, this isn't even close. I mean, even if black didn't have this, black would have 50 other moves. So, again, not sure what it is that is attracting Magnus's attention here.
I'm not sure what it is that makes Magnus look so distraught here after b3. It's such a strange moment to suddenly...
I mean, he's also Magnus, you're leading the tournament. You're okay. You know, it's going to be fine.
Danya, we will leave Magnus to it. We're going to go on a very quick break. Of course, we'll keep the camera on the players so you don't miss anything. And we'll be right back. Welcome back to the very final stages of this round 11 here in Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Dania, it took a while for us to get there, but now the game really is well and truly over, and there is the handshake.
It is, handshake. A draw agreed, and they decided to go into that queen endgame. And what a save for Vidit. Recovering from that incredibly painful loss. And that just shows, his resilience and strength of character. He nicks Magnus for a draw, but obviously, given that Anish Giri lost, for Magnus, this draw, he's going to be disappointed, but this only extends his lead in the tournament.
For sure. He is now still leading. I think he's a point clear. We'll see the standings in a second anyway. They're just being updated now. But yeah, for Magnus, in terms of tournament standings, it is a good result. Half a point. He'll be half a point clear of Rapport. So in terms of tournament standings, it is good news. Reminder that, we'll wait. We'll talk about that when the results are. For now, we see a very animated discussion between Magnus and Vidit.
Indeed. And I think this is a good time to take the opportunity to present to you your round 11 rapid recap, Fiona. And I think there's really no question which game we would like to choose for the rapid recap. It is the absolutely incredible display in the game Van Foreest against Giri, but I won't reveal who put this display together for those just watching for the first time.
Indeed.
It started off innocuously, right?
Yes.
But it got crazy quickly.
Very soon, as early as move 4, A3 here, Dania, and you're telling us this is quite a rare guess at the highest level, but a move that comes with a lot of poison.
It does. This is called the same-ish variation. It forces the trade on C3. And the point is that, yes, White has damaged his queenside pawn structure, but in return, White occupies a massive center with pawns F3 and E4 with Anish going for sort of the traditional way of playing against this variation. He goes after this weak pawn on C4 with everything that he's got, while Jorden, he tries his best to defend that pawn and simultaneously keep expanding in the center.
So that's what we see happening over the next couple of moves. Queen E2 overprotecting the pawn on C4. And after Anish's next move, D6, here comes Jorden taking some ground with F4.
Yeah, this is a very nice multi-purpose move. First of all, he expands in the center. But second of all, and most importantly, and this is just exquisite, knight F3. And just in time, he brings the knight back to D2, defending the C4 pawn one more time. And Anish just runs out of pieces that he can use to attack that pawn. The knight on F6 has no way of approaching the pawn. And this is where things started going south for Anish. He starts by playing E5. He strikes in the center. Jorden responds with castle, just keeping the tension. And Fiona, this was quite possibly the most important moment of the game.
Absolutely, a big critical moment. We were maybe expecting queenside castles, which doesn't look too appealing at first sight, but the problem with the alternative of castling kingside, which is what Anish ended up doing, it runs into a big attack on the kingside.
It does. Jorden starts by opening up the F-file, and he had an immediate exchange sack on F6, but he decided to throw in the move Rook B1. And it seems in retrospect that Anish should have taken this opportunity and gotten his knight off of F6, although after Rook F3, followed by a Rook lift, the position remains incredibly dangerous for Black. But Giri decides to strike in the center.
Dania, maybe we can just show that one line. If Anish had sacrificed immediately on F6 with this incredible Queen F2 variation.
Yeah, there was an unbelievable line pointed out by some people. Queen F2 looks like a blunder, right? Allows Queen D1 check. Okay, you have to cover with the bishop. No, you don't. You can play Knight F1. Looks like another blunder. But after Queen H4, incredibly, it turns out that White has unstoppable threats against Black's king. In particular, the threat is to play Bishop H6, follow up with Queen takes F6. There's going to be mate, and the apocalypse is going to happen on the dark squares. Bishop takes E4. And just in time, White links up the rook and the knight with mate to follow. But can you really blame Jorden for not seeing this particular variation?
Definitely
I don't
not.
think so.
Especially not as after he was given the chance one more time after Anish's move C5. Now he decided, Okay, this time it is time, and he went for the exchange sack on f6.
Indeed, and queen f2 was still possible, but Jorden going for queen f3, also an incredibly powerful attacking move, hitting Anish where it hurts, forcing the queen back. Now Jorden locks up the position and immediately starts working on activating all of his minor pieces, bringing all hands on deck. We were expecting him to swing the knight around to h5, but he decided to keep his knight on e3, and I was particularly impressed with this idea, using the bishop, Fiona, as the primary attacker of this incredibly weak pawn on f6.
Indeed, and that bishop just maneuvered itself over to h4. There was nothing black could do to stop it. And here is maybe the moment where the game was decided.
Yeah, I mean, Anish had to bite the bullet, bring the knight back, and just hunker down in total passive defense. Is this fun? Absolutely not. And White has multiple ways he can try to improve his position. In particular, there's this idea of bringing the bishop back to e2 and then ultimately swinging it to h5. But Black can try to play queen d8 here, maybe bring the knight over to d6. He's still in the game, but Anish kind of reacted in a panicked way. He went rook h6, which ends up being an incredibly costly waste of tempo. Why? Because Jorden goes queen f2, a move that he wants to play anyway, because it paves the way for the bishop to swing either to g4, which would decisively weaken the f5 square, or in some circumstances, if the rook returns to g6, the bishop can swing to h5. And essentially, Fiona, that's exactly what happened.
Indeed, we saw first the rook come into the game. Black was forced to play king g7 to defend f6, and here comes that bishop. And now we see that Anish has nothing better than to go back to g6 anyway.
Yeah, and here bishop h5 was possible, maybe even the most accurate, but Jorden choosing an alternate way to prepare bishop g4. Out of desperation, Anish plays bishop takes h3, but the very prosaic reputation, bishop h5, and Black is totally busted here. If rook h6, then among other things, White can just take on h3, take on f6, and now get this king out of the way, and there's going to be just decisive stuff happening on the g file. Anish decided to give away this rook on g6, and then the pawn falls. And Fiona, we were just very impressed with the way that Jorden took this all the way to the full point.
It was, I mean, very clever. I mean, possibly a perfect performance by Jorden, who brought the queen in now, queen h4, and the attack just continues. Where you were also pointing out, Jorden doesn't need to find an immediate mate because Black is just tied down. There is nothing he can do.
Indeed, and you can see Jorden keeps tightening the screws, and now he hits the e5 pawn. It cannot be defended. He takes that pawn off the board. Anish tries to get his knight back into the game, but to no avail. The queen drops back to f4, paving the way for these two connected passers to march all the way forward, e5, d6, and now he's got the d5 square for his knight. And in this position, they're approaching time control. Jorden not taking his foot off the gas pedal. Here comes the knight, and Anish trying to use his queen as some sort of a decoy. And after knight e7, check king h8, the final sort of sparkling idea to cap off the game, Fiona. It was absolutely brilliant final move of the game.
Indeed, and that move is rook h3, a rook sacrifice at first sight. But the problem is, if Black were to capture, now we see that that was actually a decoy, and d7 appears on the board with unsolvable back rank issues.
Indeed, if queen takes d7, queen b8 check wins the queen with checkmate to follow. And perhaps the most beautiful line, if rook f8 happens now, Black takes his eyes off of the g7 square, and White smashes down the pawn on g6 with queen h6, queen g7 mate. And if the king moves to g8, the simplest win is just to take the rook and then to give that aforementioned check on b8, followed by making a second queen. Anish, having calculated these lines, decided not to continue the game and resigned on move 42. Jorden van Foreest, not only the winner of last year's Tata Steel, showing that that was far from a fluke. He beat Anish Giri, I think, in the Armageddon, and he defeats him again this tournament. Jorden van Foreest, what an impressive young man. What an impressive game.
A stunning game.
Win against Anish.
Well, probably one of his best wins. This was your rapid recap of the day. Hope you enjoyed that game. And Dania, it's been a strange day. But here are the results of this round 11.
Yeah, as we can see, we've got 3 decisive results. Could have been 4 due to Shankland, and in a quick draw, as did Mamedyarov Karjakin. And Carlsen, he's going to be kicking himself. He had some chances against Vidit, but ultimately the Indian player put together a wonderful resistance, pulling out the draw. Fabiano with a great game against Prague. Report, of course, winning by default. Sad news, as Dubov has to drop out of the tournament due to COVID. And Jorden, of course, as we just saw, defeating Anish Giri. Let's have a look at the standings.
So for the standings, what this means is Magnus Carlsen, he is half a point clear at the top, but remember, he was scheduled to play Dubov at during the last round, which is a point he's going to get by walkover. So as long as he ends tomorrow's day with that same half a point lead, the tournament will be decided. But report, he is still in pursuit, and now let's look at the all-important pairings. The tournament victory will be decided between these two, but Magnus, he has one final test, as he has the black pieces against none other than Fabiano Caruana tomorrow.
Indeed, that's a very difficult final boss, and Fabi will do everything he can to finish the tournament in style. And of course, we see some other really cool matchups. And
Rapport, that will be the other huge game, of course. He will try to go for the full point, that's for certain, with the black pieces against Andrei Yasipenko. We've seen him play some very enterprising chess this tournament, as always, and I expect more of the same tomorrow. Elsewhere, what do we have? Well, first, quick look at the schedule. So 2 rounds to go. Tomorrow's round will start at the usual time of 2 p.m. Central European time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific. And the last round, though, so first reminder, the last round will start 2 hours early at noon Central European time. That's 3 a.m. Pacific. Quite an early start on the West Coast there, Daniel.
Absolutely. And it's 8 Eastern for me, and you certainly do not want to miss it. These are the all-important last 2 rounds of the tournament, and what a round it was today. This has not disappointed. We've had so much action, so much cool stuff. Today was a relatively quicker day. Tomorrow is going to be another grind, and it'll be an amazing start to the weekend. But Fiona, this was once again so much fun. These hours always fly by.
Absolutely, and it is the final weekend, last 2 rounds. Don't miss the round tomorrow, because it could be that the tournament is decided then. I know we're still waiting. We're not going to stick around. If we haven't raided yet, we will end the day. If Magnus comes in soon, then we'll jump there. For now, we are going to call it a day, because we don't know, is he coming or not. Keep an eye out on the YouTube channel of Tata Steel Chess. If we don't play an interview here, but Magnus gives one, you can find it there. Danya, I'm losing my footing.
Yeah, we'll take some rest, and we'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. Fiona, always a pleasure, and thank you to Big for another excellent
Pleasure
broadcast.
is mine, Danya.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Bye.
London system on the board.
Yes.
And he should play pretty quickly not to lose the time advantage, as we know that players are getting an increment only on move 60.
Magnus Carlsen just played a draw with Vidit. Just before the interview, you asked me, like, did I miss a win? I let you check with the computer, and what is the answer?
Yeah, I guess I did. It wasn't very obvious, but yeah, I guess that was the moment I should have taken more time to think, but wasn't easy.
Yeah, it was like the moment with like rook e7 instead of d7, right?
Yeah, yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it a little bit. There were, I mean, a couple of moves before. Of course, I thought it was pretty dead draw. Wasn't even clear how I was gonna try. But yeah, this knight d5 and
were you surprised by the knight trade?
Yeah, no, I was pretty sure he'd missed this rook e1 idea. And yeah, that was was obviously a pleasant surprise. Yeah, clearly I could have spent some more time there. That was a bit unfortunate. I thought I didn't have any other moves there, and if there were chances, I'd look for them later. But maybe they were right there.
Yeah. It's quite a weird day, which might actually turn out to be very well for your chances to win the tournament. Dubov tested positive, which will have the anticlimax in the last round where you don't play a game. Jorden beat Anish Giri.
Yeah, sure. I'm more concerned about my own performance, to be honest. So today wasn't great. But yeah, obviously I got very lucky with with circumstances that were out of my control. I just hope that Daniel is doing fine. It seemed this morning that he was feeling okay, and I really hope he can make it to Berlin for the Grand Prix. I think that's the tournament was kind of ruined for him anyway, but that's I think his biggest priority, as well as obviously staying relatively healthy.
Yeah. Tomorrow you will play your last game of the tournament against Fabiano Caruana. It's going to be quite a big game to close the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game tomorrow, of course. Thought Fabi played after a while a really interesting game today against Prague. I thought like for a brief moment in the opening he was considerably worse, but it passed, and then he went on to win a nice game.
Any comments on the Jorden van Foreest game today?
Yeah, sure. I wasn't very happy as somebody who's competing for tournament victory before I'd made any of my moves. He'd already played the same-ish, but yeah, you gotta say he played a very good game as far as I could see, and it goes to show his top level is very high. He can play some awesome games, and I'm happy for him.
Okay. Well, thank you, and all the best tomorrow.
Thank you.